Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Live on the Spot Motorsports Media. It is available on YouTube as well as Facebook Live. All right, here we go, right back in action in the ARP Open Comp class. Once again, you can check out the On the Spot Motorsports Media live coverage as we roll into first round of eliminations again. Had a little bit of an oil down there, so we need to get that taken care of. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Back in action we go. Paul Savinicki and data today. Savinicki, a real deal 2010 model cover jet out of Michigan, but with a Godzilla power plant underneath the hood. A little stiff and nitrous too. 929, his index. Dated today out of Ohio. A clean 1965 fastback Mustang. He dials in 1052. Right inside will go first by 1.23 seconds. We'll call it 2.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. And they're both off. About 200 separate them on reaction time. Advantage, Paul in the coverage jet. Win line. Paul in the coverage jet. 933 on the 929, he's above by 400s. David goes 1060 on the 1052, he's above by 800s. Better reaction time to Paul Savinicki. Win line to Paul Savinicki. Let's bring up a pair of classic Ford products. Will McKay and Jared Brewer next. The wheel standing 69 Mustang right side, 993 index. 1132 on the opposite side, and Brewer leaves before his tree is activated. Does a big old wheel stand, so hopefully he had fun doing that because he let go of the trans brake switch way too soon. 1129 on the 1132 for Will McKay with an 028 reaction time. That's a good run. He will get good to go for the rest of the day today and into round number 2. Roy Daniels and Greg Cole next. Cole right side, 967 the index on his car, 1092 on Roy Daniels left side. And Roy just bumped right through the beams, it looks like, but we are still pre-staged. Looks like we're going to back up and reset them. Once again, I'm looking for CJ Pony Parts, Ford Muscle. CJ Pony Parts, Ford Muscle. In the lanes, please, for round number 1. CJ Pony Parts, Ford Muscle. CJ Pony Parts, Ford Muscle to the lanes. One of them had the coffee, the other one did not. Greg Cole, big advantage on the reaction time right side. Win light right side. 978 on the 967. Roy is above by over 2/10 and a little late on the Christmas tree. That's not a good combination. Next pair. To the starting line, Saul Walker the second, making the toe out of New Jersey, right-hand side. 1993 Mustang. He dials in 10:09. He'll get the head start by a little over 1 second. To Larry Geddes, former class champion with the NMRA. Guy used to let go of a clutch pedal, now has made the conversion about midpoint last year to an automatic. So at 72 years young, it shows that you can show an old dog new tricks. Larry Geddes, a very good racer. And again, probably one of the best to drop a clutch pedal in the index category, but since decided to make the switch to an automatic. And I think he's got it figured out now. The 1990 Mustang backed by Molly Motorsports, National Parts Depot, and Quick Time will get to go first by about 1 second. Both of them off the starting line. About 400 separate them on reaction times. Advantage, Larry Geddes. Win light, Larry Geddes. Saul Walker breaks it out going 983 on the 1009. He's under by over 2/10 of a second. Larry, 100 above his index. A good run. 1113 on the 1112. He gets the win. Then bring up Brett Blacker next. The wheel standing 89 Mustang out of Ohio, left side 984. The dial, and he will give the big head start by almost 4 full seconds. Actually, it's a little more than 4 full seconds. It's 4.12 seconds to be exact. Who is he running? Uncle A.J. Williams out of Rossville, Georgia, 2004 model Mustang. And in the last race he was at, he actually made it to, I believe, the semifinals, didn't he? Okay, well, we'll take your word for it. A.J. gets to go first on the Budweiser side. He's off on a green light. Now Brett has to wait. And he's off on a green light. Did he wait too long? Is he going to be able to get there? Going to be close. At the top end, win line comes on for A.J. Williams. Better reaction time. And 100th above the dial, and he locks out Brett Blacker, who was above by 8 and never got there. So win line, A.J. Williams. So we take one Williams to round number 2 at least. We'll see if we can get another Williams there when we go to Tuners Super Stang. I got to make sure that I keep everything right, otherwise my assistant here will tell me that I'm going to get replaced. And I'm worried. He's pretty good. At a much younger age than me. Junior McKenzie and Kevin Sanders next. The boogeyman Kevin Sanders out of Louisville, Kentucky. The boogie lights, neon green, 1987 Mustang, 1033 the index. He'll get that start from Junior McKenzie's Florida-based 79 Mustang, 952 the index, left side. This one, both of them were probably still wishing they had a little bit more time in bed before they got on the starting line. Both of them are green. Win light, Junior McKenzie. 958 on the 952. Kevin breaks it out by 0.05 of a second and still doesn't get there first. Junior McKenzie had a big hole shot. That gave him the win. Taylor Deach, the other half of the, well, actually I should say the other half because there's more than 2 of them. Taylor Deach out of the Jason Deach trailer sales operation. He staged up the 2014 Cobra Jet, 892 the dial, and on the Budweiser side gives the big head start this time to Richard Brett. A 4-door 1972 wheel standing Maverick out of South Carolina. 351 Windsor-based power plant, 1171 the index. So Richard Brett left side gets to go first by 2.79 seconds. A lot. And Taylor's already got the win line. Didn't even have to wait very long as Richard Brent left 24 thousandths of a second too soon. He left before the green light came on. Automatic win for Taylor. And Taylor takes the tune-up run and goes 883, 153 out the back door. Okay, this should be Greg Bagnell against David Woodside, but Woodside broke the C4 transmission in his car yesterday. We couldn't find him a replacement. So, unfortunately for him, he backed up and headed home to North Carolina a little earlier than expected, and Greg Bagnell will take the Sunday morning cruise to victory. 11-11 at 126 for Bagnell's entry. That will bring up Joe Hutchins and Michael McSweeney, but Hutchins also is missing in action. So McSweeney gets a freebie. He'll leg it out on the timer and he go 1081 on the 1064. So the 88 Mustang out of Edgewater will move on. TJ Pony Parts, Ford Muscle, and XD Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle. I need those two classes to the lanes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Spring Break Shootout competitors, BBK Performance. Spring Break Shootout competitors, I need you to the lanes, please, to be paired up for round number 1. Bracket cars, please stay in your pits. I have not called you yet. Bracket cars, we're starting to get some of you. I need you to stay in your pits. I have not called you yet, and I do not have room for you yet. So bracket cars, please return to your pit area. We do not have room for you yet. Once again, Spring Break Shootout brought to us by BBK Performance. I need you now, please. here we go into first round of HV Tuners Super Stang. Thomas Hill and Russell Atkins, and unfortunately, Thomas has problems. Russell already on the brakes. 1289, he's safe on his index. No worries. As Thomas Hill has problems in the 2017 Mustang left side, so Russell Atkins, last night's runner-up in the GT500 street class, will move on to round number 2. So this class, also on a pro tree, just like the previous class, A or B Omicron. The difference here is the drivers get to pick their own index. So what happens is, you get to decide your own index. However, it's what's going to stay for the rest of the week. Or weekend, I guess. Jerry Jones, Dale Aldridge. Aldridge out of Georgia, left side. 2021 model Mustang, the silver car. Jerry Jones, the Mach 1 out of Alabama, right side. He's got the better reaction time, and he'll get the win line. 1193 on the 1180, above by 1300s. Dale Aldridge is above by 1600s. 1146 on the 1130. Better reaction time to Jones. Win line goes to Jones. Robert Marchell and Chris Parisi next. Parisi, a couple times, world champion in this class, the best bet and affordable epoxy bag. The 2020 model Mustang GT out of Jacksonville, 1180 the index on the Budweiser side. 1245 the index for Robert Marchell out of West Virginia. The 2011 model Mustang on the Lucas Oil side of the racetrack. And he rolls through. He tries the deep stage and he rolls all the way through, so Chris Parisi will get an automatic win. So Parisi gets a tune-up pass. He can run it out the back door and see how fast it'll go. On the 1180 index, he runs 1172 to 120. He's holding about 800s in reserve. So Parisi will move on. Carlos Nieves and Rick Dorn next. Dorn, a former winner last year in the NMRA's Bracket 3 class, out here doing the work in HV Tuners Super Stang. The winner's brings Florida-based Supercharged 2020 model Mustang GT 1068 to Diamond. Carlos Nieves 10 flat on the winner 8 in Florida-based 2020 model Mustang as well. He's over on the opposite side. So a pair of 2020 model Mustangs. Dorn right side. Carlos Nieves on the opposite side, and he finally comes off the starting line. That's the tire chatter. Dorn out in front. He's just got to go down too quick on his index. And he does it. 1165 on the 1068. 1091 for Carlos. If you're coming off the starting line, it had some problems. So Rick Dorn will move on as we work our way through the HV Tuners Super Stang class. And Mike Moister. Moister right side of the convertible. Andrew left side of the 2010 model Mustang. Breakout for Mike Moister. Win line goes to Andrew. He's dead on his index. 1343 on the 1343. Good run there for Andrew. Mike Moister gets there first and breaks it out by a little bit. So that will move Subulak on. Here comes our next pair. Ken Barrett, right side. The 2022 model Mustang GT 1280, the index. He gets to go first over. Ray Williams Sr. dials 1187 left side. And when you're playing chase and the guy who's chasing has already caught the other car by half track, that's a good sign for the chaser. Win line. Ray Williams Sr. 1196 on the 1187. Ken Barrett. Dead on the dial at 1280 on a 1280. Ray Williams Sr. has a better reaction time. He gets a whole shot victory by just 0.03 of a second. I'm going to tell his crew chief to go down there and tell him he needs to tighten that up a little bit. Who gets to go to round 2? And? AJ. Right, so we have 2 of the Williams family that get to go on. We're going to get 3? Okay, so we'll have to just possibly work with 2. Okay, got it. This should be Joseph Jones and Rodney Ward, but Jones is missing, so Rodney Ward will get a competition single here in round number 1. As I mentioned earlier, Ward, I believe it was US 131 in Michigan a couple of years ago, had the car triple entered between True Street HV Tuners Super Stang and the bracket classes. He made the finals in 2 of them. 1256 at 112 for Rodney Ward's entry. He goes to round number 2, and that will wrap up the HV Tuners Super Stang class for round number 1. Moves us to truck and SUV next. Truck and SUV. All right, here we go into the truck and SUV category. Now, similar to the previous 2 categories, this is on a pro tree. This, however, goes back to the open comp rules, where we take your quickest run and we dial you a 1/10 of a second under that. That is your permanent index. But this is all trucks and SUVs. First here, Tim Jacobson, Gregory Collins. Collins in the little Pocket Rocket Ranger. It's a 1991 model. It actually does qualify for antique status now. 1134 the Dylan, 1498 for Tim Jacobson. And Jacobson rolls through the beams. So that means Gregory Collins will get the automatic win. You cannot roll through the beams as you get an automatic red light there. Collins in the Ranger will go to round number 2. 1154 on the 1134, but it's okay because unfortunately for Tim Jacobson, he tried to deep stage it and he just rolled straight through the beam. So when that happens and the other car is staged, that's an automatic disqualification. Danny Shield, Todd Bowser next. Bowser, the 2003 F-150 Harley-Davidson edition. Pretty rare truck. 1250 the Island for the supercharged hot rod on the Budweiser side. How about the 1948 F1 of Danny Shield left side? The big tire, Tennessee-based, 652 cubic inch pickup, dials in 980. And that thing is capable of a lot quicker than that. He's going to play chase. Look at it go, wheels up off the starting line. Now he's got to try and play the game with Todd Bowser and make sure he doesn't go too quick. Advantage Shield. Wind light Bowser as Shield breaks it out by almost a half a second. 936 on the 980. 1263 for Todd Bowser on his 1250 dial-in is good, and he will move on. As Danny Shield did not get the run that he wanted during time runs, and it costs him dearly there. James Steamer and Joe Flad next. 1090 the index for the Sanford, Florida-based Lightning left side. Joe Flad, the turbocharged 1971 F100 out of San Antonio. He took the Ford badge out of the middle of the grill and replaced it with a turbo. Looks like a good idea. 860 his index. Once again, spring break shootout competitors. Spring break shootout competitors, I need you. Spring break shootout competitors. Spring break shootout competitors, I need you. James Steamer red lights by 13 thousandths of a second, and Joe Flad almost took out the wall. The truck dead hooked and went dead right. But because James Steamer red lighted by 13 thousandths of a second, Joe Flad will get the win and probably an underwear check on that one. The truck immediately off the starting line, chattered the tires, and immediately went right. So they're checking to make sure there is no fluid down as well. we have a little bit of water that came down. I'm going to guess possibly from condensation or an intercooler tank of some sort. So Joe, luckily, dodged a bullet, did not contact the wall, and we will see him back for round number 2. Once again, spring break shootout competitors, BBK Performance, spring break shootout competitors, at each and out, please. Final call for XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Final call CJ Buddy Bart's Ford Muscle. As soon as the starting line is good, we'll send them. Robert Steamer and Johnny Lightning next. Johnny Lightning, you can hear this one about 3 counties away. The loudest truck on the property and your current class champion out of Pennsylvania, the SCT back to 1999 Lightning, 918 the index. He gives almost 2 full seconds to handicap to Robert Steamer left side out of Winter Park, Florida. 1110 is index. Both of them green on the reaction time. The better reaction time to Johnny Lightning. Win lights. Johnny Lightning, 927 on the 918. Robert Steamer breaks it out, going 1091 on the 1110. He's under by almost 0.2 of a second. So Johnny Lightning, the class champ, moves on. Bob Dill and Robert Shuren next. So Bob Dale and Robert Shuren next. Shuren, the Michigan-based Lightning, he has a problem during time run, so he's indexed at 1570. Bob Dale in the Lightning, the turbocharged orange Lightning out of Pennsylvania, 968 his index. So we need to get the index reset, and we are ready to go. Both drivers down pre-stage. Shuren is in. Now Dill's got to wait, and wait a little more. Now he gets to go. He's got a lot of room to make up on Shuren. Can he get there? Top end says, win line Bob Dill. Wow, that was close. 933 on the 925. Shuren above by 1/100th of a second. Margin of victory, 15 thousandths of a second. Wow. Bob Dill goes 15 thousandths better at 133 miles an hour. That's about 20 miles an hour down on the brakes, and he just barely, and I mean barely, gets the win line. Great driving job by Robert Shuren to try to make up for 2 botched time runs, as that's a 9-second Lightning, and he still managed to hold it down that close. Wow, that was good. This is your legal buy run. He was the top qualifier, so he gets a single here with an odd number of cars. This is Michael Root. He's a 2-time class champion, holding the number 2 from last year, as he gets his shot here in round number 1. The Texas-based Ranchero will go 11:21 on the 11:24. He's under by about 2/100ths of a second. That's okay. He didn't have an opponent, so it'll move him on. That moves us to the next round of competition. And it also wraps up our truck and SUV category. Here we go into Mod Muscle. All right, here comes our Mod Muscle category. This is based on Ford's modular platform, and you'll see cars and trucks not only that left with modular power plants, as well as ones that have had swaps. Brian Hinkle turned the color first. Hinkle, left side, out of North Fort Myers. 1989 model Mustang. They didn't leave with modular, so he swapped one in. 958 the index are clean and green on both sides. About 2,500 separate them on reaction time. Advantage to Charlie McCullough and the Cobra. Win Mike Charlie. Charlie goes 10.66 and a 10.45, getting out of the gas a little bit. Hinkle breaks it out by a bunch. 9.39 on the 9.58. He's under by almost 0.2 of a second. So Jason Sloan's going to go back there and talk to his driver and say, hey, we need to quicken this thing up a little bit. Charlie McCullough in the next round. Next round, Andy Russell, Richard Pringle. Pringle in the Cougar out of Davie, Florida. 11.93 the index right side. 10.04 for the valve spring hating, all the RPM. Andy Russell out of Ohio. The stick shift 2002 Mustang dials 10.04. He's going to have to be patient, wait almost 2 full seconds. He drops the clutch pedal and gets a 0-11 reaction time in the process. Can he reel in the Cougar? Top and says, win like Russell. 11 on the tree. 10-11 on a 10.04. He's above by 700. Richard Pringle above by over 1/10 of a second and a worse reaction time. That does not work. Russell to the next round. So we'll see the stick shift entry back around again. Rolly Garcia and Wes McPeak next. McPeak out of Tennessee in the 65 Fastback Mustang. He dials the big tire right in at 11.68 left side. How about a real deal 2016 model Cobra Jet from Ford? This is Rolly Garcia out of Miami. He's out of Team Luan Motorsports. 9.02 the index. He's got to wait over 2.5 seconds. He is clean and green, and he's got some work to do. Wes McPeak, 003 on the tree. Now Wes has just got not a break out, and he catches it in time. 11.84 on the 11.68 as Rolly slows to a 9.89 on a 9.02. So the Miami, Florida-based Cobra Jet will unfortunately be parked after that loss, and Wes McPeak moves on. Attention to the bids, attention to the bids. I will take bracket 3 to the lane, please. Bracket 3, I will take you to the lane, please. For round number 1, please put your dial-ins on the left side of the vehicles. Bracket 3, dial-ins on the left sides of the vehicles, please. Susan Roush McClanahan and Mark Doty next. Susan left side. Doty right side, 11.40 for the 2011 Mustang, the red car. Susan giving chase on the 912. Class champ has a better light, and she gets the win. 9.17 on the 912. Susan picking up right where she left off last year and gets a win light. 11.57 for Mark Doherty. He's up by 1,700. Worst reaction time and further above the dial-in does not work. Sorry, math it out. The math don't work. Our next pair. Out of the water box and heading towards the starting line, Lee Blankenship and Adam Cox. Lee Blankenship and Cox both making the trip from Kentucky here to Florida to participate in round number 1, the street car for Blankenship. A 1996 model Mustang, 281 cubic inches left side, 1024 is index. He gets that start for the man we call the 3-pedal assassin, Adam Cox out of Fisherville. 281 angry cubic inches because it sees way too much RPM. They're probably begging for mercy. At least that's what I hear. 986 the index, his quickest ever in this car. And we are off. Adam is in 4th gear and headed for the finish line. Blankenship right alongside him. Win like Cox. 997 on the 986. Blankenship, 1046 on the 1024. 12 thousandths margin of victory goes to Adam Cox. That one was a little too close on both sides. 12-thou margin of victory here in the morning in round number 1 of XCD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. And here comes another Titanic battle. Shane Williams and Peter Blosser next. Blosser, your number 5 in points and a former winner on the series last year. 1990 Mustang. 8.55 the number. He's got to wait over 3 full seconds left side. Shane Williams. Don't take this guy lightly. Knoxville, Tennessee-based 1999 Flamin' Mustang. 11.74 the index. We are clean and green at about 100. Separates them on reaction time. Williams. 38 on the tree and 4 above the dial and takes 13. Dallas strikes. Blosser 21 on the tree. Better reaction time. But goes 7 above his dial in. Shane Williams squeaks out a 13,000th margin of victory. Win like Williams. Michael Gatley, Chris Graff next. The modular swaps 88 Mustang GT for Gatley right side. Pete Girl, Florida base Mustang GT, 914 dial in. He gives the big head start by over 2.5 seconds to Chris Graff. Graff made the trip from Columbia, Missouri. 2011 Grabber Blue Mustang, Coyote on board. 1187 the index. He gets to go first by 2.73 seconds over one full Christmas tree times 2. Once again, bracket 3 drivers at each of the lanes leads. Bracket 3 drivers at each of the lanes leads. Better light, Michael Gatley. Win light, Graff. 1195 with the 1187 above by 800s. Gatley had by about 2.5 hundredths on the reaction time. It goes 1500ths above the 914 index. That's no good. This should be Robert Sanner and Johnny Rush, but Sanner is missing. So we will give Johnny Rush an opponent broke single, or an opponent no-show single. It's one or the other. So Johnny Rush, right off the starting line, the car immediately goes left, so he gets out of the gas and coasts to a 1447 pass. So this is Dean Snow. Dean was your #1 qualifier. He had the best reaction time during the 2 rounds of qualifying, so he gets the single with an odd number of cars into the next round of competition. He goes 1268 on the 1272. It's a little bit under his index, but that's okay because when you don't have an opponent or your opponent red lights, you can run underneath your index and still get the win light. That'll move us into the CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle. Now this is a non-electronics category. It's a foot brake or clutch only category with no rev limiters. And we move from the Pro Tree format where you see all 3 bulbs come on at once to a countdown Christmas tree format. Joseph Lopez, Austin, newest starter first. Win like Lopez in the wheel stated coverage at. And on double breakout. 990 on the 10 flat. He's under by a 10. Austin, 1189 with a 9 on a 12 flat. He's under by about 8 thousandths more. Win like Lopez. David Mormon and David Lachey next. Lachey in the stick shift Galaxy. David Mormon, the 1970 model Mach 1 left side. 1250 the index on the Galaxy. 1075 the index on the Mach 1. Advantage goes to Mormon and the win light. We'll go to Mormon in a double breakout. David Lachey's under by a little bit. 1204 and a 1250. He's under by 46 hundredths. 1073 on the 1075 is under by 16 thousandths. By the double breakout rule, the least offending is better. So David Mormon out front, and he gets the win. Cindy Hall, Dana Keys Jr. next. Cindy in the Shenanigans 63 Falcon out of DeLand, Florida. 13 flat the index. Dana Keys Jr. 1025 the index on the 41 Ford Coupe right side. Once again, bracket three drivers, I have called you to the lanes. Bracket three drivers, I have called you to the lanes. Dana Keys goes red. That automatically turns on the win light for Cindy Hall. And she likes it out to go 1284 on the 13th flat. She's under by a little bit. She can make that adjustment before next round. Our next pair, Diane Lavarama and Ken Mason. Mason, the 1993 model Mustang out of Dallas, Georgia. The last year they built the Fox. Indexed at 1475 right side. Diane out of New Hampshire left side. Her 2009 Mustang GT indexed at 1325. So right side gets to go first by 1.5 seconds. Ken Mason away on a good reaction time. Diane's reaction time you can measure with a sundial. Advantage, Mason. Win light, Mason. 15 flat on the 1475. He's above by 2500s. Diane is above by 100. Here's the whole shot victory. Ken Mason is 093 on the green light. Diane is not. That's the difference. That should bring up Jerry Jones and Bill Worstel next. But Jones missing in the Mach 1 from the competition. So Worstel will get a freebie shot here in his Ranchera. Attention in the bins, and this time I'll take bracket two to the lanes, please. Bracket two entries to the lanes, please. Once again, dial-ins on the left side of the vehicles, please. Bracket two entries. Dial-ins on the left side of your vehicles, please. Bo Worstel goes 14-16 on the 14 flat. That'll get him to round number 2. Here comes your legal buy run. This is JT Barron. Barron making the tow from Jacksonville, Florida, driving his wife Marie's 2019 model Mustang. He's looking for 1275 on the index. He matched the index the best in qualifying, so with an odd number of cars, JT gets a single round number 1. And he'll only have to go 1236 at 115, so JT's holding about 4/10 in reserve. Might want to tone that down just a little bit. All right, here comes our BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout. All right, so the BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout, the 30th anniversary of it. We took the top 16 averages and put them together here. Kimberly Walter, Willie Blanco, first. Again, we qualified these off cars that completed True Street yesterday, the quickest 16 averages. Now throw the averages out the window. It's first to the finish line. Kimberly has 8-second capability in that Mustang. Willie Blanco left side, staring at a long racetrack in front of him. 8:27 at 160 for Kimberly Walter, the quickest run of the weekend for Kimberly. Gets the win as Blanco has problems and slows to a 12:09. Don't worry, we've still got at least one more car out of Blue One Motorsports. I think they bring them in like packs. I think there's at least 6. That's what they started with. Shelly Swimley and Jason Wagoner next. Wagoner, your runner-up in True Street. The Circle Specialties True Street class yesterday. Car was flexing 870 capabilities. So on paper, left-hand side should be the quicker of these two cars. Shelly Swimley out of Bloomfield, Ohio. 65 model Mustang with a mod color swap. Jason Wagner's 2013 Shelby GT out of Georgetown, Indiana. A little bit of tire spin, but he pedals out of it beautifully. Wagner, way out front left side. And he'll click off a 906 at 156 to get the win over Shelly's 11 flat at 119. Jason Wagner, yesterday's runner-up, goes to round number 2, the round of 8. So far, our 2 quickest cars in their matchups. Moving on. Here comes our next pair. Robert Thompson, Adam Couple next. Low 9-second car left side, high 8-second car right side. Could be an upset, but let's see how it works. Adam Couple right side out of Orlando, the 1885 Mustang GT with a little bit of nitrous on top. The plate says GM Nightmare on it. Robert Thompson out of Winter Garden, 2001 New Edge. Adam leaves him sleeping at the switch, but has a little bit of tire spin, pedals out of it, and will stay in front all the way to the finish line. 9:39.152 for Adam, 9:52.145, but Robert Thompson was sleeping at the switch, and Adam took him to reaction time school. Again, we have 16 spots, but not everybody shows up when we call them, so every now and then you will get an odd number single. This is Willie Luan, and he likes being called King Willie, so I will stick with it considering that right now he doesn't have an opponent. So King Willie out of Miami, Florida, the head of Luan Motorsports, a 2-time 6-week champion and a former class winner in the 860 class, the 1990 Supercharged Mustang out of Miami. Little bit of tire spin there for King Willie. He'll save the parts and pieces and move on. It was just a little bit of tire chatter off the starting line. A 1347 may not be what you want to write home about, but it's good enough to get Willie to the next round. Let's bring up John Miller and Danny Adair, and this is not the imitation Danny. This is the real Danny. Somebody actually told me how to say this name correctly. Hang on. Ashtabula, Ohio, for Danny Adair. 1987 model Mustang right side, John Miller left side. John has problems off the starting line. Danny way out front. The 87 Mustang gonna pick the win up here. 9:24.154. Again, when you're used to running an average where the reaction time doesn't factor into the equation, the thing is that you've got to make sure you put in both sides of the fence. You've got to be able to let go when the tree turns green, or in some cases before it does. Danny Adair in round 2. Bradley Stimson, Alex Martinez next, the fastest stick shift car on the property, I believe. Martinez, left side. Bradley Stimson, right side. Stimson has problems and spins. Martinez on a solid shot left side. 878 at 159 and change with the parachute out. 1027, 154 for Stimson's entry, and that's not good enough. Martinez will move on. All right, attention to the bits, attention to the bits. I will take bracket 1. Bracket 1 to the lanes, please. Bracket 1. Bracket 1. I will take you to the lanes, please. Bracket 1. Bracket 1. I will take you to the lanes, please. So I have called all 3 of my bracket classes. Deneen Segura, Chris Welch next. Welch has already been in the 850s. Deneen ran in the 950s. And this one is going to be all right-hand side. Welch on a shot. 8:03 at 156 for Welch. 9:56 at 144 for Deneen Segura. Wow, a 8:03 at just 156. That's lifting. So Chris Welch has 7-second capability in that drop-top GT. And we will see him back for round number 2. That'll bring up Kimberly Wood and Carl Goring next. Our next pair in the Spring Break Shootout. Kimberly Wood, right side. Out of Uniontown, Ohio, 2014 model Mustang. launch out of Martin, Florida, 1992 model. That's the silver car on the Lucas Oil side. Should be the quicker of the two cars. Also a stick shift entry. So more than likely we will see him back for a ceramic transmission stick shift shootout. And Carl's car falls silent again. 968, 151 for Kimberly. She gets the upset win as Carl slows to an 11:46. They were almost dead even at the 3:30 mark, and then Carl's car, something went wrong and he slows. And Kimberly gets the win on the right-hand side of the track. Sebastian Luan, Jessica Carr next. Jessica Carr left side out of Tavares. 2007 model Mustang. We'll stage up against Sebastian Luan's 2015 model Mustang. This is your final pair in the BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout. Once again, they have called all three of my bracket classes. Brackets 1, 2, and 3 to the lanes, please. Brackets 1, 2, and 3. To the lanes, please. Brackets 1, 2, and 3, please. So both of them off the starting line. Looks like Luan's in front. Luan gets the win 13:25, beating the 15:21. That will conclude round number 1 of the BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout. So we have 8 competitors ready for round number 2. We will see that back here in just a little bit. That'll bring us to our bracket competition. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the grandstands, let you know that we have the 3 bracket classes. We will then run the stick shift shootout class, round number 2 of Open Cup, and then prep for round 1 of Heads Up. So a lot of racing, just getting started here. So we will bring up our bracket cards. They are separated into 3 classes. This is bracket 3, the non-electronics, and this is a full quarter mile. Final call for all brackets, 1, 2, and 3. Final call for all brackets, 1, 2, and 3. If you would like to participate in round number 1, we need you to the lanes, please. Final call brackets, 1, 2, and 3. Once again, we are streaming live on the Spot Motorsports Media on Facebook and YouTube if you would like to watch. Tell your friends and family at home. Our first pair out, Paul Winters and Doug Poskovich. Winters left side out of Pensacola, 12 flat on the Mustang. 1075 for Doug Poskovich in the fair lane. A little bit of tire spin for Winters. And Doug Poskovich giving chase on a better reaction time. Advantage right-hand side of the racetrack. Win, right, Poskovich. 1094 on the 1075 is 12 by 2/10. Winters goes 1206 on the 12 flat, but his reaction time basically sunk his battleship there. Doug Poskovich gets the win. Our next pair, the F-150 pickup truck on the Budweiser side, 1302 to Island, 1225 for Wesley Molden, left-hand side out of Okalaka, Florida. Both of them off the starting line. Pickup truck looking on 1302, 1225 on the Mustang. Advantage, Mustang. Win light, Mustang. Molden gets the win. 1252 on the 1225. The pickup truck slows to a 1319 on a 1302. I believe this is Rebecca Starkey coming up next. Up against the 2015 Ford Transit. You want to talk about a lesson in patience, ladies and gentlemen? How about a 1790 dial-in for the Transit, 980 for the supercharged Mustang of Rebecca Starkey? She's going to have to sit there and possibly wait almost 8.1 seconds. It's a lot of time. Rebecca off the starting line and giving chase to the Transit. And a breakout for the Transit, so Rebecca she gets the win. She gets to go to round number 2. So we will head down and see if Rebecca's car is okay and she can get fixed for round number 2 of competition. All right, attention to the bits, attention to the bits. I will take my Tremec Transmissions. Stick shift shootout for round number 1, please. Tremec Transmissions. Stick shift shootout for round number 1. I will take you now, please. Tremec Transmissions. Stick shift shootout. I will take you now for round number 1, please. So in the Tremec Transmission stick shift shootout, this is the top 8 averages for H-pattern stick shift cars. They get to run for a, I believe it's $1,500 worth of McLeod clutch contingency, as well as a cash purse on top. So a big shout out to Mike Kidd from Tremec Transmissions for putting that together. We do appreciate it. I hear there might actually be some bonus stuff coming too as well, but have to wait and see for 100% certainty. So Rebecca on her way down the racetrack right-hand side. And we will fire the next pair up. All right, so we are good to go. We're going to fire them back up again. So here comes our next 2 cars. 10 flat the index right-hand side, and 1185 left side. Left side is Russell Haskins, who also survived round number 1 of HV Tuners Super Stang. Now seeing him over here in the bracket 3 category. He gets to go first on the dial-in difference, 1185 left side, 10 flat right side. Haskins, the better reaction time. And Haskins gets the win with an index matching 1185 on the 1185 right side, breaks it out, going 982 on the 10 flat. Russell Haskins picks up another win light. He gets to go to round number 2 in the bracket category as well. Then we got Rodney Ward next right side, 1250 the dial-in, and William Fowler out of Riceville, 1982 Mustang decides he likes that number. He's going to dial the same thing, so we have a matching dial-in, so the trade will drop together. Both sides should lead together. Rodney Ward right side, William Fowler left side, advantage to Ward. Win light, Ward. 1254 on the 1250. Left side, William Fowler goes 1247 on the 1250. He's under by 2.5 hundredths. And Rodney Ward had the better reaction time, so he was locked out. Next here, right hand side, 1487 the diamond for Mike Baker. He gets to go first by a bunch. Number 10 is Hilliard. down at 9:30. Mike Baker way out in front. Hilliard giving chase. Win, light, Hilliard. 9:27 on the 9:30, under by 3. Mike Baker breaks it out by over 2/10. 14:65 on the 14:87. He's under by 22 hundredths. Our next pair, the S550 chassis Mustang left-hand side, 1118 to the island, 1475 to the island for Joe Parisi. Parisi in the F-150 pickup truck. Win line goes to the Mustang, 1122 on the 1118, above by 400. Parisi slows to a 1508 on the 1475. That will bring up our next pair, Kevin Sanders and Rick Dorn. Dorn in a real deal 1995 Cobra R. Yeah, they only made 250 of these cars, and Rick's got one of them, and he likes to exercise it. 1374, the dial-in right side for Dorn. He gets to go first by almost 3.5 seconds. If you want to do the exact math, it's 3.45 seconds. Over Kevin Sanders, the boogeyman out of Louisville, Kentucky, 1987 model Mustang, 1029 dial-in left side. Kevin giving chase, Rick Dorn out front, win light, Dorn. 1438 on the 1374 as Kevin slows to a 1230. The great thing about the bracket class is some of these drivers I'm not getting any information on just because they run True Street. It's a different category. But when you run True Street, you get an optional bracket entry for no charge. You get to jump over to the bracket category on Sunday. Russell Deronda, and I believe this is Timmy Thornburg on the right side. 1135 for the Mustang right side. 1580 the diamond for Russell Deronda in the Maverick pickup truck left side. Once again, I need my Treming Transmission Stick Shift Shootout competitors for round 1. Treming Transmission Stick Shift Shootout competitors for round 1. Winlight Deronda, 1597 on the 1580. Right side goes 1160 on the 1135. Further off the index, the pickup truck gets the win. Again, just showing that when it comes to bracket and index racing, you can bring almost anything and have a good chance of winning. I believe this is A.J. Williams. Actually, it might not be. I'm not sure. It's his car, though. 2004 model Mustang. 1382 to the island left-hand side. He'll race Alan Hill. Hill out of Central Florida, 1987 model Mustang. 1082 to the island right side. 3 seconds separates him. Left side goes first. Better reaction time to Hill. Win light. Alan Hill, 1092 on the 1082. 1387 on the 1382. For A.J. Williams ride. Alan Hill with a better reaction time, he gets the win. Gregory Finley, and I believe this is Elaine Moisner. Elaine in the drop top Mustang on the right hand side. 1386 to the island. Finley dials in the 86 Mustang out of Tampa, Florida at 1245. So Elaine gets to go first. Ladies first. By 1.41 seconds, almost one full Christmas tree of handicap. And Gregory Finley leaves before the green light on his side, turns on the red light, so that means Elaine gets the win. She'll move the Mustang on to the next round of competition. 1386 the dial in. She goes 1403. Finley, about 9/10 of a second quicker than his dial in. So he red lights, it goes way too quick. So that was a win all the way around for Elaine. She gets to go to the next round of competition. I'll bring up the Mustang versus Ford Flex battle next. The Mustang dials 1320. Perfect. The exact distance of the quarter mile, 1,320 feet. The Flex dialing 1,585 on the Budweiser side. So the Flex in this matchup will get to go first by almost 2.65 seconds. Yeah, we can actually do the math. That's exactly what the difference is. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I'll take ARP Open Comp for round number 2, please. ARP Open Comp round number 2. I will take you down, please. Win light goes to the Mustang, 1322 on the 1320, above by 200s. 1571 on the 1585 is a breakout for the Flex right side. So left side gets the win there. That'll bring up the New Edge and the 63 Galaxy. David Lachey right side, 12 flat, the dial in on the stick shift Galaxy. 1410 the dial in on the New Edge left side. New Edge gets to go first by 2.1 seconds. Win light, Lachey, 1210 on the 12 flat, getting there first by 26 thousandths of a second. 1435 on the 1410. Left side had a better reaction time, but could not run the dial in. And David Lachey gets the win. They'll bring up Chad Kennedy and JT Barron next. Chad Kennedy in the stick shift Mustang left side, 14 flat the dial in. 1236 the dial in for JT Barron in the 2019 Mustang right side. Chad Kennedy left side, JT Barron right side. Win light, Kennedy, 1410 on the 14 flat, as JT slows to a 1289 on a 1236, so Kennedy gets the victory there. Here's an interesting first round matchup. David Mormon against Chris Parisi. Probably not the first time these two have run each other. Parisi dials 1180 in the 2020 model Mustang on the right side. 1073 for Mormon's 1970 model Mustang left side. We are clean and green. 1180 for Parisi right side. 1173 for Mormon left side. They're nearly identical on the reaction times. Win light Parisi. Double breakout. 1069 on the 1073. Under by 33 thousandths for Mormon. 1177 with a 7 on the 1180 is under by 23 thousandths. The difference in the breakouts is 100th of a second, and in the double breakout situation, the least offender gets the win. That's Chris Parisi. He goes to the next round. This is Hector Navarro in the 6-cylinder Mustang. Actually, I think it might actually be a 4-banger. I'm not sure. It's not a V8. I do know that. 1045 on the 10 flat number, and he will go to the next round on the opponent's single. That'll move us to bracket 2 next. First we're out in bracket 2. We're going to go to the 8-mile format here. This class allows trans brakes and rev limiters. That's the difference between the two. James Meredith, Jerry Norton, our first pair. Norton in the drop top Ford Roadster right side out of Bradenton, Florida. 540 the dial-in, 642 the dial-in for James Meredith, and Coyote Stock Ford Capri. He gets to go first. And a red light for Jerry Norton. That's an automatic disqualification. James Meredith gets the win. 645 on the 642. Norton likes it out to go 544 on the 540. Toby Gantt, Brad Gibbs next. Gibbs in the Classic Mustang out of Canada, 567 dial-in. He gets a head start to Toby Gantt at Orlando Lakes, Florida, 655 dial-in on the Fox left side. Fox leading wheels up. Brad Gibbs giving chase. Win, light, Toby. 659 on the 655 gets the win as Brad is a little bit off on the reaction time and over a tenth of a second off his dial-in. Toby Gantt's wheel standing Mustang to the next round. Danny Keys, Ronnie Hayslip next. Both of these cars also double dipping between other classes. Ronnie Hayslip is running in the Open Comp category. Danny Keys running the Ford Muscle category. The 41 Coupe out of Massachusetts, right side dial, 644, 562 for Ronnie Hayslip, 67 Mustang Fastback. Better reaction time to Dana Keys in the coupe. Win like Dana. 650 on the 644, above by 600s. Ronnie goes 564 on the 562. He's above by 200s. Better reaction time paved the way to a win like there. Dana Keys gets the win. Jared Brewer, James Evans next. An all Mustang battle. James Evans out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's a regular here at Gainesville. 689 the dial-in on the 1990 Mustang. He gets to go first over the 659 of the wheel standing 69 Mustang of Jared Brewer. And Brewer will go to the next round as James Evans turns in red. 656 on the 659. Brewer gets the win. That'll bring up Dan Brins and Ken Miele. Miele out of North Carolina. He goes by Yo Ken in the stock eliminator circles. 2008 model Cobra Jet. Supercharged power plant underneath the hood. 540 the index. He will give 1 second of head start to Dan Ritz. The Waynesboro, Pennsylvania-based 1989 model Mustang on the Budweiser side. 640 his choice. Both of them away clean and green, about 800, separated on reaction time. Advantage Ken, Winlight, Ken, 547 on the 540. Dan breaks it out by 2,000ths of a second and still doesn't get there first. Ken has a big reaction time advantage, and he gets the Winlight here. Chris Graff and Brendan George next. Brendan George, a regular and a multi-time track champion here at Gainesville. The car he calls Big Juicy. 616 to dial-in for the Mustang right side. He'll give the head start to Chris Graff. Graff out of Columbia, Missouri. 2011 Grabber Blue Mustang. 765 dial-in left side. Almost one full Christmas tree of head start goes left-hand side for Chris Graff, and then Brendan George will give chase. And Graff turns on the red lights, so Brendan George gets the win. Shows up on day of it is 11 on the tree. And is holding a little. 603 at 113 for Brendan George. still missing a couple of our Trumpet Transmission Stick Shift Shootout entries, so I need you here, please. Trumpet Transmission Stick Shift Shootout entries, I need you, please. Trumpet Transmission Stick Shift Shootout entries. And I'm also missing a couple of my NMRA ARP Open Comp class for round number 2, ARP Open Comp class. I need you, please. Here comes the quickest class of the brackets. Bracket 1. This class allows all the electronics, including delay boxes. That's how we separate them out. One is a footprint category only, no electronics, quarter mile. That's bracket 3. Bracket 2, cut the distance in half. We allow trans brakes in 2 steps. Bracket 1, the quickest class, and also allows delay boxes. You will see people here that don't use them though. Shane rushing, Charlie McCullough first. McCullough right side, 663 on the Cobra, 516 the dial in on the 2004 Mustang. How about that for a dial in? Charlie goes first. And now Shane Russell going to give Chase matching 008 reaction times. Who gets the win line? Charlie McCullough just put together a 20-pack. 008 and 1 above the dial in with a 2. Charlie McCullough puts 20 total on the window. Shane Russell 008 take 15 thousandths to break down by 13. Needed to take 2 thou or less. Win line. Charlie McCullough 20 thousandths package total. Good run here for him. Hunter LeBlanc and Will McKay next. McKay out of Rockingham, North Carolina, where he actually picked up the win in his T-Bird at the NMRA event up there last year. He dials at 718. He gets 1 second plus 500 head start from Hunter LeBlanc. Out of Louisiana, 65 Mustang left side, 613 dial in. About 14,000 separated on reaction time here. Advantage, Will McKay, right side, win line. T-Bird, 720 on the 718, taking 25,000 to strike. Hunter goes above by 300s and is a little behind on the Christmas tree. Will McKay takes the win, and he'll go to round number 2 in 2 classes.
This score has to stay shut.
Robert Griffin, Cherry's 4 next. West Virginia representing for Robert Griffin. 1980 model Mustang, 589 to dial in. He gets a head start from the 527 of Cherry's 4. Out of Ohio, 1983 model Mustang, left side of the racetrack. So blue car, right side goes first. Silver Mustang will give chase. Once again, my final call for a terrific stick shift shootout. It looks like I might have all of them finally. Final call, terrific transmission stick shift shootout. About 1,500 separate these two. Advantage, Robert Griffin, right side, win light. Spore, dead on the dial in, 527 on the 527 on the 045 tree. Robert Griffin slows to a 597 on the 589. He's above by 800ths of a second. Win light, Spore. Jerry Norton, George Warren next. How about a fastback in the weeds Mustang, 582 out of Tennessee for Warren. He gets a head start from Jerry Norton's topless roadster, 543 dial in for the Bradenton, Florida native. This one is separated by a 10th on the reaction time. Advantage left side. Win light Norton. He's 015 and almost a 10th above the dial in Warren. 2 above, but he's a little sleepy on the reaction time. He needed more coffee this morning. Win light Jerry Norton. John N. Pickering and Brad Gibbs next. A couple of very quick Ford Mustangs. 585 the dial in on the classic 67 Mustang out of Canada. 585 left side, 517 for John Pickering out of Ohio. 598 cubic inches of blue oval powering the 98 Mustang. 517 dial in. About 3,500 separate on reaction time here. Brad Gibbs has the advantage, but he breaks out by over a 10. 573 on the 585. He's under by 12. Pickering breaks out by 4 thousandths. Again, on the double breakout, the least offender gets the win. That's Brad Gibbs. And our final barrier in bracket number 1, Fred Carlier, Rich McPeak. McPeak doing triple duty in the 65 Fastback Mustang. 731 dial on the left side, 593 dial in for Fred Carlier. Oh, Carlier's going to get the win, and Rich McPeak is going to be sick. 002 red. Take an eyelash, cut it in about 6 pieces, and that's how quick he was on the reaction time. Just that close. Carlier, 595 on the 593, 200s above. He gets to go to the next round, and Rich McPeak is not going to like to see that time slip. That'll wrap up round number 1 of all 3 of our bracket classes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our second of the specialty classes, the Treming Transmission Stick Shift Shootout. That will come up next. So basically, yesterday on the Circle D Specialties True Street class, we take the top 8 qualified cars based on their averages, so you have to finish. And then we bring the 8-pattern stick shift cars back for a chance to run each other. The McLeod Racing RTX clutch and flywheel valued at $1,500. An NMRA Victor Award bragging rights, and I believe that usually Mike Kidd gives away some, ends up giving away some really cool jackets or pullovers normally. Actually, it looks like we might have one more pair in bracket 1. Wow. Okay, this should not have happened. They're double entered, that's why. Wow, these two could have faced each other in a final very easily, but instead we're going to send one of them home first round. They're double enters. Both of them won their first entries, but not an easy matchup right here. Shane Williams and Brendan George. Both of them got a victory in their opposite category. Shane Williams, a multi-time divisional champion left side out of Tennessee, 736, the diamond on the modular. Brendan George, the car they call Big Juicy. It's a 1991 Mustang, 602 diamond right side. He is a multi-time Gainesville track champion, and one of them is going to go down here. And the win light comes on for Brendan George as Shane Williams turns it 2000s red. Brendan matches the dial in 602 on a 602. Wow, just got away with one there as Shane Williams turns it 2000 red and goes 100 above the dial. And actually, it looks like we may have one more here. I believe this was our wait and see buy run, as we knew we still had a couple of cars coming back around. So Robert LeBlanc getting the opponent broke single / competition single here. If we have an odd number of cars, that's how they would get the single run. May have had an opponent broke in the staging lanes, and I just can't see it from my position here in the tower. But either way, the Louisiana-based 66 Mustang will get a single shot here in round number 2. Drivers in the bracket classes, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, you can buy back into round number 2. So once again, bracket drivers, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, you can buy into round number 2 at the registration trailer. That's the big white trailer located next to the blue pavilion with the yellow flag. So again, if you did not get a win light in brackets in round number 1, you can buy back. Here comes our Treming Transmission Stick Shift Shootout class. The quickest 8 with an H-pattern stick shift car and the clutch pedal engaging on the left side. And we're going to stage up a titanic battle right here out of the gate. Kyle Miller and Jeff Smith. The stick shift in full and the stick shift dude will get us started. Smith gets the whole shot. Already having to drive it a bunch, and Kyle Miller is reeling him in. Top end says Smith gets the win, 9:48, holding off the 9:16 of Kyle Miller, and it was all Jeff Smith's reaction time. As both drivers had to drive him hard, the 8-second ride of Kyle Miller tried, but came up just a little bit short. Jeff Smith gets the win by about a car length. start today in the spring race shootout. Danny Adair's going to have to work really hard as Alex has already got the reaction time advantage and the yellow car is just pulling away. 886 Stang consistent at 157. Alex Martinez gets the win. He'll go to the semifinals. Danny goes 1068, coasting through at 93 miles an hour. So what we do is the numbers that are on the scoreboard is the average that the competitor put up at True Street yesterday. We handicap them based on that to give everybody an equal shot at this. However, once you leave, it's first to the finish line, no breakout. Our third pair here in the Trucking Transmission Stick Shift Shootout, John Miller, Chris Rush. The Coyote Fury-based car out of Pennsylvania, 1037 index. He gets to go first over John Miller's 2019 Mustang. The Gallagher's transmission back drive at 990. Chris Rush, a huge hole shot. John Miller's going to try to reel him in. Can he do it? He's running out of racetrack. No, he won't. Chris Rush gets the win. 1029 on the 1037. John Miller slows to a 1001. And Chris Rush will move to the semis. Now your final pair. Robert Thompson and Carl Goyne. Thompson's entry. A Winter Garden, Florida-based 2001 New Edge Mustang. 945 was his average from yesterday, so he gives that start to Carl Goyne. The 1982 Notch Mustang, his index 1019. Carl has been having problems on his last couple of runs as he got it fixed here. He's got Robert Thompson hot on his heels. Top end says Carl Goyne gets the win. 1019, holding off the 950 by just about a car length, maybe 3/4, but it was close. Robert Thompson tried and just came up a little bit short. Carl Goyne moves on. Jonathan Whitaker next. A real deal 93 Cobra with a Gen 2 Coyote and a single turbo on board left side. 1169 is index. This is a consolation pass. We already have our 4 cars going to the next round. These were our 2 alternates. This is Biddy Thornburg, Timmy Thornburg, Titty Thornburg. It can be pretty much anything as far as I know. I've been told 3 different things. 1984 model Mustang out of North Carolina. And he is getting walked right now by Whitaker. The Cobra. 959 and 154. That's about where he was yesterday. Actually, 959. Excuse me. 1136 for Timmy Thornburg. Not a bad pass, but Jonathan Whitaker just picked up about 2 seconds over his average because he had 1 bad pass yesterday. That's why he had an 11-second average. So that'll wrap up round number 1 for both the qualified cars and the consolation cars. For round number 1 of the Trucking Transmission Stick Shift Shootout. So we have 4 cars that will come back for the semifinals. That will also wrap up round number 1 for all of our categories in the index and specialty categories. I believe we have Open Comp sitting at the ready for round number 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take 860 cars and drivers for chip draw. 860 street race by Suncoast Performance. Drivers and cars for chip draw to the rear of the lanes. Chris Segura in 860. I am missing you. I need you to the rear of the lanes immediately. Chris Segura. Chris Segura, I need you to the rear of the lanes for 860 street race immediately. All right, here we go to round number 2 of ARP Open Comp. We've got the cars in and out. Cameron Bowles and William Smith will get us started. Bowles left side out of Kentucky, 2005 Mustang 972 Index. He'll get the head start to William Smith. Out of Spring Lake, North Carolina, 1988 model Mustang, 1109 the Index. We are clean and green both sides of the racetrack. Cameron on 972 left side, William on 1109 right side. Advantage Cameron Bowles. Win like Cameron Bowles. 982 on the 972. Better reaction time made the way to that win. William Smith goes 1117 on the 1109. Here comes our next pair. Charles Atkinson and Jason Deach. Out of Jason Deach Trailer Sales, the Ohio-based Cobra Jet right side, 878 the Index. He gives the big head start to Charles Atkinson. Out of Alabama, a fabricator by trade, 1968 Mustang 1034 Index. This one's going to get spicy. 1 thou separates them, and they're both double O on the reaction time. Advantage by 1 thou to Atkinson. Win light to Atkinson. 1036 with a 0 on a 1034 with a 007 tree. Puts a 27 back together. Jason Deach slows to an 885 at just 141 miles an hour. Charlie Atkinson gets the win. Next pair up, Greg Cole and Taylor Deach, the other Cobra Jet out of Deach, out of Deach Trailer Sales. 892 right side, 967 for Greg Cole left side. And Cole turns on the red light, so Taylor will take 1 Deach Trailer Sales operation Cobra Jet to round 3. 886 on the 892, and Greg Cole goes across the finish line after turning on that angry red light at the bottom of the tree that no one wants to see. Unless it's in your opponent's lane, of course. Then it's okay. Michael McSweeney and Dennis Hilliard, red light by 10 thousandths by McSweeney, so Hilliard gets the win. 9 flat is what he's looking for. He goes 899 with a 6. Just 4 thousandths under. Good run there for Hilliard. McSweeney turns it 10 thou red. Our next pair, Junior McKenzie and A.J. Williams. Uncle A.J. right side out of Georgia, 1396 the dial-in on the 2004 Mustang. He gets the big head start from Junior McKenzie. Brandon Florida base, 1979 Mustang, the first year of the Fox body. He dials in at 952. A.J. goes first by almost 4.5 seconds. It's 4.44 seconds. It's a lot of time for Junior to sit there and hold that trans brake button. Now he lets go, and he starts to give chase. Williams right side, McKenzie left side. Win, light, goes to Williams. Double breakout. AJ, under by 18 thousandths. Junior, under by 38 thousandths. 300ths margin of victory goes to AJ Williams. And Uncle AJ goes to round 3. Next pair, Larry Geddes and Adam Moldenhauer. Moldenhauer, the checkered 1984 Mustang out of Fort Myers, 1073 the index, 1112 for Larry Geddes. Out of Ohio in the This one is all over. Larry Getty's a huge reaction time advantage. All he has to do is stay on the good side of 11-12. And he does. 11-21. Adam Molnauer missed it. Just flat out missed it. 10-71 on the 10-73 Larry Getty's to round 3. Our next pair, Will McKay, Dennis Korn, a couple of T-Birds on the starting line. McKay, 11:32 for the Rocking Dam, Ketchup and Mustard T-Bird. He gets the big head start from Dennis Korn out of Michigan. The Stick Shift, Michigan-based, Roush Racing Engine. 1988 T-Bird, 898 the index. Now he's got to wait. And drops the clutch pedal. 4,000 separate them. This is going to be a good one. 014 to 018 on the tree. Advantage left side, winning line McKay. 11:34 on the 11:32 with a 14 tree. Puts a 34 back together. Dennis Korn is 18 on the tree and 901 on the 898 giving chase. 22 thousandths margin of victory goes to Will McKay. And McKay will take the T-Bird to round 3. Our next pair, Greg Bagnell and Ronnie Hayslip. Hayslip right side in the fastback Mustang. He will get an automatic win as Greg Bagnell rolls through the tree for a red light. So Ronnie to round 3 in the Tennessee-based fastback. It goes 885 on the 879. Greg Bagnell was trying to put it in deep, but unfortunately rolled straight through the tree, and he red-lighted away his chances. That'll bring up Paul Savinicki. He upset the number 1 qualifier dated today in round number 1. So Paul getting the single here as the number 1 qualifier will have a first crack at the single based on the ladder, but because the number 1 qualifier lost to this man out of Jackson, Michigan, Paul gets the automatic bye run. The Godzilla-powered Cobra Jet, 011 on the Christmas tree. And lays himself down a 918 on a 929. He's under by 11 hundredths of a second. Paul's holding a little bit in reserve here. But it's good enough for a victory. That will move 9 cars to round number 3 in ARP Open Comp, and we will prep now for the quick cars of BB Racing Lubricants Renegade, followed by the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race category. That category getting random chip drop paired up at the back. And now we are starting to pull cars out in it. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do some track prep here to get ready for our quickest classes. So you've got yourself a few minutes to wander around the property. Again, Manufacturers Midway is open right behind the grandstands, including the Gainesville Raceway officially NHRA licensed merchandise as well. So make sure you get out and about, check out all the great stuff that is going on the Manufacturers Midway, including the Gainesville Raceway official NHRA merchandise and the NMRA Powerball. Both of those are open. So you definitely want to make sure you check them out as we move the 860 Street Race category into position. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Richmond Gear Factory Stock. Richmond Gear Factory Stock to the lanes, please. Richmond Gear Factory Stock. Richmond Gear Factory Stock to the lanes, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it. drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it. reliability to drive thousands of miles, confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, track equipment is done. We are prepped and ready to rock and roll for the quickest and fastest class on the property. BB Racing Lubricants, Renegade, coming into the water box. And I thought we had 8 cars, but it looks like we actually have 7, and this is going to be your legal buy run. This is Kelly Shotwell. He made his way down from Carlisle, Ohio to be part of the program. A 440 cubic inch Pro Charger fed 1995 model Mustang. As I mentioned yesterday, he's a sandwich artist by trade, and that's a profession that I think should pay more than it currently does. Obviously, it does well enough for him to be able to get here with a Renegade car. He must make a lot of sandwiches. So Kelly, being the #1 qualifier at 468 and 152, with an odd number of cars, will get the single here in round number 1. So there's a couple different ways you can look at this. You can use it as a tune-up run to try to figure out how much the racetrack will take. You can throw something at it, decide if it's going to actually work. However, the risk you take with that is you could possibly lose lane choice, because lane choice in the next round is determined by the quicker ET. So you can load an A to B tune-up in it and do that instead. So we'll see which route Kelly takes here. Hooked up good, and he kills it just before the 330 to go through to a 564. So you probably just wanted the early track data. So Shotwell will move to the semifinals. Samantha Moore and Robert Cook next. A pair of pro-charged Mustangs on the starting line. Samantha Moore, her recently completely revamped car. And it looks like they may have some fluid down out of it. So they're going to shut her off, and that is a tough break for her. She has been thrashing on the car for the last 3 days, ever since she got the car together. And she made kind of a half-track pass yesterday, as again, they converted this car from limited street over to Renegade trim, and unfortunately they had some water in one of the cylinders, and it looks like it has come back to bite them here. So Bob Cook on the right-hand side will get a single. So a tough break there for Samantha. Wasn't for lack of trying, but unfortunately she has a little bit of fluid out of the car. So Bob Cook will get a single here. So this is different than a competition single. This is an opponent broke single. So if he was still eligible for a buy run, he would be. So it's a tough break there for Samantha. Again, wasn't for lack of trying, but unfortunately, just had a little bit of fluid come out of the car. So Bob Cook will get a single here to the semis. Let's see how he does here in the Pro Charger fed Illinois-based 1990 Mustang. Cook, down the track, 476.8 at 152. Almost duplicating his 476.2 in qualifying, also at 152 miles an hour. So Bob Cook will move to the semifinals. So 2 pairs remaining in the BB Racing Lubricants Renegade class, and then we will jump over to the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race class. Pretty good mix-up of power adders over there, and then the one lone wolf, Kevin McCotter, the naturally aspirated guy who actually qualified in the top 5 with his naturally aspirated Fox. Once again, to those of you that are checking in on the live feed, thank you so much for jumping on the On-the-Spot Motorsports Media live feed. We appreciate Mitchell Gunner jumping in and taking care of that for us. It looks like we're just about ready to go. We're going to fire them back up again. All right, here comes our next 2 cars. Mark Conley and Stacy Roby. Another transplant out of the limited street class. Stacy Roby left-hand side, and Mark Conley, your defending class champion, right side. So a couple of turbocharged entries here. Martin Connolly, formerly a big cubic inch nitrous guy, making the switch in the offseason in the 1990 Mustang from a 588 nitrous fed engine to a 348 small block with a single turbo. Again, this is the guy who won multiple times last year and is the 2 Series champion out of 2023. So completely revamping his combination and staging up here against another guy who also has had to completely re-engineer his combination. That's Stacy Roby. Roby out of St. Mary's, Ohio, the 2003 Mustang over on the Lucas Oil side. He was an S197 chassis guy with a Pro Charger, making the switch to the SN95 New Edge chassis, and now a single turbo as well. The turbocharged combination is the pretty much popular one when it comes to Ultra and Ultimate Street, which is what the rules for NMCA Extreme Street and NMRA Renegade are based off of. 275 tire, single power adder, mostly small block combinations. So Stacy Roby, your number 6 qualifier left side. Mark Connolly, your number 3 qualifier right side. So on paper, the favorite car right side, the underdog left side. And Roby likes the tires, and Connolly on a pass. 472.0 at 137, but some smoke out of it for Mark Connolly. So the 472.0 at 137. So you notice the speed is down, but still gets to the finish line first as Roby once again has traction problems off the hit. So we're going to double check the smoke, make sure that no fluid came out with it. That will move Mark Connolly into the semifinals where he will race Bob Cook. And based on the ETs, Mark Connolly would have lane choice in the 472 to 476 differential. That leaves our final pair, Joel Greathouse and Anthony Ogle, sitting behind the water box as soon as we check the racetrack and make sure if everything is okay or we need to do a little bit of touch-up. Looks like so far so good is the feedback I'm getting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are clean, no fluid down, so we're going to get right back into it here as soon as the four-wheeler returns. Our final pair of Renegade, so 860 drivers, you should be loaded up and ready to go. 860 drivers, you should be loaded up and ready to go because our final pair of Renegade about to roll into the water. All right, our final pair in the VP Racing Lubricants Renegade class. Anthony Ogle, Joel Greathouse, your number 4 and 5 qualifiers. Separated by just 0.005 of a second off the qualifying sheets, but neither one of them really had a good run during qualifying. Joel Greathouse, a two-time class champion in the FuelTech turbocharged 1993 Mustang. He's on the right-hand side. Anthony Ogle, Lakewood, Florida, 2012 model Coyote-powered Mustang on the left side. A little bit more of a street car. And if Joel Greathouse makes any kind of a mistake here, Anthony Ogle will be ready. Joel builds some boost and he'll bump it in. Here we go. And tire spin. You notice Greathouse had to hang on to it there. 495 at 150 for Joel Greathouse. And a tough break there for Anthony Ogle as he spun the tires. Got close to the center line but managed to get away from it. And Joel Greathouse will go to the semifinals where he will face Kelly Shotwell. Shotwell will have lane choice in that pairing. The other pairing is Bob Cook against Mark Connolly, and Mark Connolly will have lane choice in that pairing. That'll bring up the single run here. This is an exhibition pass. This is a legal Cobra Check car. Jason Deach out of Ohio. This is an NHRA factory stock supercar legal car. Should be in the 760, 770 range if he legs it. He goes 501 at 141 and coasts to an 821 at 132 out the back half. Yeah, it's got some bonies underneath it. That's the supercharged Cobra Jet car. All right, here we go into the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race class. This is a class for street legal vehicles, and again, the 860 is the limitation. You want to run as close to that without going under it. How about an all-female battle to get us started? matchup. Gabby ended up changing transmissions overnight, and Letitia Hughes had to drive all the way to South Georgia Motorsports Park for a drive shaft. So both of them come to the first round here with a little bit of a question mark. Both the cars are working, but they both have new parts installed with no time on them. Letitia Hughes, left side. Gabby, Luan, right side. And ironically, both of them just competed in Sick Week a couple weeks ago. Letitia gets the whole shot. Now Gabby has got to play catch up. Top end says 870 for Letitia. Gabby goes 865 but gets beat on the whole shot. Win light goes to Letitia. She goes to round number 2. That'll bring up Gil Correa. The Whipple Supercharged Coyote Swap 86 Mustang lives out of Team Luan. He'll race Paul Sinkowitz. Sinkowitz, your number 2 points finisher last year. He will line up the Michigan single turbocharged 98 Mustang right side. So the favorite car based on times put down is the right-hand side. Paul gets the whole shot here. And he'll get the win light. 888 over the 875 of Gil. And Gil has the better performance, but Paul has better reaction time. So the win light there going to the number 2 pointsman from last year. And he will move on. Our third pair out. Andrew Pierce and Houston McLean. Pierce left-hand side. Valrico Flores 2018 Supercharged Mustang. He will face Houston McLean, your number 1 qualifier out of Stark, Florida, and McLean Motorsports. He staged the 2014 GT California Special Mustang single turbo car. And Houston with the big hole shot here. All he has to do is stay on the good side of 860, and he will go to the next round. Win white Houston, 871 at 140 miles an hour. He treated Andrew Pierce by almost 0.3 of a second. Pierce goes 902 at 153, and Houston McLean will survive to round number 2. Gavin Black and Kevin McCotter next, the only naturally aspirated car on the property in 860. Kevin McCotter, right-hand side, out of Michigan, the 1990 Mustang, right-hand side. Gavin Black out of West Virginia, 2012 Grabber Blue Mustang, 351 cubic inches of Strucker Coyote on board. And Kevin spins the tires. Gavin Black, way out front, but he can't go too quick. He gets on the brakes and goes 905, so he will get the win here. And unfortunately for Kevin McCotter, he spins the tires, and that will end his weekend here. Rick Baum and Tom Mueller next. Rick Baum, left-hand side, the 2000 model Mustang out of Kentucky. He will face Tom Mueller out of Ohio, 2016 model Mustang. That's the gray car on the Budweiser side. Whole shot to Mueller. Mueller out front, right-hand side. Rick Baum is trying to stay with him. Tom then says, right-hand side on a whole shot, 875, beating a quicker 863. Tom Mueller did the driver's job and got the whole shot, and that provided the win light for him as Rick Baum runs a quicker, but later leaving the starting line, 863, and gets eliminated. He's on the left-hand side. The supercharged 1990 Mustang out of Miami will face Chad Smith. Smith out of Carlisle, Ohio. Right-hand side, the 2013 model Mustang. That's the orange car. Once again, I need spring brake shootout. Spring brake shootout to the lanes, please. Spring brake shootout. Spring brake shootout to the lanes. Willie Lewon, better reaction time left side. Can he parlay it into a victory? He does. 8:61 for Willie Lewon. With a better reaction time, locks out Chad Smith's 8:64, and King Willie will go to round two. This will bring up our next matchup, Colin Smith and Michael Hall next. Hall on the right-hand side out of Liberty Township, Ohio, 2019 model orange Mustang. He'll stage up against Colin Smith. He made the trip from Westchester, Pennsylvania. 2003 model yellow Cobra left side. Nice little wheel stand there for the Cobra as the Mustang right side spins the tires. Now Colin Smith needs to not go too quick. And he does. He goes 840 out the back door. He held it to the wood and broke out by 0.2 of a second, so Michael Hall with a 983 will get the win here. You've got to make sure you run 860 or slower, and Colin Smith just broke out by 0.2 of a second and gives the win to Michael Hall, who lost traction off the starting line. Watch Colin Smith just pull away and hide from him, but still gets the victory. Chris Tino and Bo Webb next. Tino on the McLean Motorsports borrowed fuel pump. That's the only reason he's on the starting line right here, right-hand side. The 2015 model Mustang. He'll stage up with Bo Webb. Also out of Ohio, 2011 model Mustang on the Lucas Oil side. And Tino turns the red light on. Bo Webb gets the automatic win. He goes 854, 853 for Chris Tino. So obviously the borrowed fuel pump did its job. Unfortunately, Chris Tino tried for the whole shot and left just a little too soon. Attention to the bits, attention to the bits. I need open comp, round three. Open comp, round three to the lane, please. Open comp, round three. Open comp, round three. ARP open comp. I need you to the lanes. I also need BBK Performance Spring Brake Shootout. BBK Performance Spring Brake Shootout, please. Shelby Mather and Casey Shotwell up next. Mather, local, out of Ocala, about an hour south of here. 860 the index on the Ocala, Florida-based Maverick. He will face Casey Shotwell. Shotwell, your defending class champion, the BBK Performance backed Mustang. Both cars with some traction troubles, but Shotwell has recovered and is out in front. And we'll get the win line. 924, a 1041 slowing for Shelby Mather. So Shotwell gets the win. Logan Day and Chris Segura next. Segura, right-hand side, the 1992 Mustang out of Fort Myers. 347 cubic inches of push rod Ford on board. He'll stage on right-hand side. Logan Day, the former student, and this is his former daily driver. He's gotten a little out of hand. 2021 model Mustang GT out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. Coyote power plant with a little bit of unnaturally aspirated help on board. So a couple of Florida cars will stage up here in round number one. Better whole shot, Chris Segura. Win line, Chris Segura on the whole shot, 896 taking out an 880. Logan's best run of the weekend, and unfortunately, he gets treated by Chris Segura, and Chris gets the win here. That'll wrap up round number one of the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race class. Let's move into the Richmond Gear Factory Stock class, the naturally aspirated class. Stevens, left-hand side. Stevens gets to win 10:05 at 132 for Damian Stevens. Kessinger goes 10:24 at 129. Once again, I need ARP Open Comp, ARP Open Comp, round number 3 on each to the lanes, please. ARP Open Comp. ARP Open Comp, each to the lanes, please. ARP Open Comp. Here's our other matchup, Mark Anderson and Mike Bowen. Bowen, your defending class champion in the Maverick. Mark Anderson, wheeling Michael Washington, somewhat evil. Mustang. And Mark Anderson gets the whole shot. But Mike Bowen is slowly pulling away. A 996, just a couple hundredths away from his qualifying 993. And once again, Mike Bowen staying in the single digits, and he will go to your final to run Damian Stevens, who just went 10:05. All right, now we switch gears and go into the Coyote Stock. We're staying naturally aspirated, but this is the sealed crate motor, sealed tune class. Our first pair out, Becky Molnauer and Ed Bennett III, your current class champion. The Stifler's Performance and National Parts Depot Act, 1991 Mustang out of Michigan, right-hand side. He will face Becky Molnauer. Becky out of Fort Myers, Florida. The 1994 Mustang left side. Bennett, a huge hole shot. And just pulling away and hiding from Becky. Top end says, a 958, the first car to enter the 950 index range. 137 miles an hour for Ed Bennett. Becky runs 10:15 and is nowhere close. Ed Bennett, 9:58 at 137. That could be a possible new record for Coyote Stock. Joe Da Silva and Shane Stuyvesant next. Number 2 qualifier left side. Shane Stuyvesant out of Pennsylvania, the copper-colored Mustang. He ran 963 in his best qualifier. He will face Joe Da Silva, making the toe from Canada, the 1978 Mercury Zephyr. He will stage up Lucas Oil side of the racetrack and has a big hill to climb. His best run was a 991, so almost 0.3 of a second separate these two. Joe Da Silva does the driver's job and gets the whole shot. Shane is already around him though. And Shane gets the win, matching his number, 963 for Shane Stuyvesant to get the win. Joe Da Silva goes 993 and a better reaction time, but Shane Stuyvesant just too much. He gets the win light here. Austin Chip Charlie Booz Jr. next. Out of Booz Brothers Racing Operation in Marion, Pennsylvania, 1990 model Mustang backed by Strange Engineering. He is your number 3 qualifier at 9:64. He will face local racer Austin Chip, one of the cleanest 1986 Mustangs I've ever seen. He qualified with a 985, so about 0.2 of a second separating these two. The more favored car, right side, the underdog, out of Ocala left side. Home state favorite Austin Chip going to try to pull off the upset here against the multi-time class champion Charlie Booz right side. And Austin Austin did get the whole shot, but Charlie already around him and pulling away. 965 at 138 for Charlie as Austin pushes in the clutch pedal and goes to a 1083 pass. Scott Millhines and Taylor Deach next. Millhines out of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Also out of the Moose Brothers Racing Operation. 1990 model Mustang GT, your number 4 qualifier. He stages up right-hand side on a 965 best pass in qualifying. Taylor Deach out of Egerton, Ohio, in the Jason Deach trailer sales operation. 2000 model Mustang, your number 13 qualifier at 980. So about a tenth and a half separates these two. Favorite car right side. And some tire spin for Scott Millhines. Could we see our first upset of the day? Scoreboards. Taylor Deach gets the win. 983 as Scott spun and can only go 1020. So our first upset, the number 4 qualifier. Going out here on Taylor Deach, number 13, proving to be lucky. And Taylor will go to round 2. Next pair, Aaron Warstell and Tim Donovan. Donovan, the roof rack equipped 78 Fairmont wagon. 974 his best pass. Aaron Warstell out of Missouri, 92 model Mustang, the Team Z Motorsports. 966 the best pass for him. We've noticed all the higher qualified cars taking the right lane so far. See if Aaron can hook up. He rides the wheel stand out through second gear, and Tim Donovan right there with him. This one will be close at the top end. Win line Aaron. Tim Donovan's whole shot aided 980, just falling short to Aaron Worcel's best pass of the weekend, 965.3 at 137. Our next matchup, Greg Creamer and Trent Carter. The Chicken Man out of Rossville, Tennessee. 1992 model Mustang. This is the former Stylist ride that Trent Carter picked up last year. He's your number 6 qualifier at 967. He will face your number 11 qualifier, Greg Creamer out of Indiana, 1989 model Mustang. He ran 972 yesterday, so only 500ths of a second separate these two. This could definitely come down to a whole shot, as this is our closest matchup thus far. Look at them both standing up as they grab second gear. We are tied together at the 8th mile. Top 10 says Trent Carter by 400ths of a second gets the win. 973 beating the 975. What a good drag race right there. Trent Carter a little bit better on the ET and a little bit better on the reaction time. Attention to the bids, attention to the bids. ARP Open Comp, ARP Open Comp on each of the lanes is your final call. ARP Open Comp. ARP Open Comp on each of the lanes. This is your final call. My first call for HP Tuners Super Stang. First call for HP Tuners Super Stang, round number 2. I need you now, please. First call for HP Tuners Super Stang, round number 2. Tim Adderley, Chad Stevens next. Matherly left side. Stevens right side of the flying T-Bird. Your number 7 and number 10 qualifiers. Matherly has got the number 7 qualifier on the ropes, and Matherly gets the win. Both of them laying down a 969, and Tim Matherly got the 400ths of a second whole shot, getting the driver's job done, beating Chad Stevens. So your number 7 qualifier goes on the trailer, and Tim Matherly will go to round number 2. What should be Frank Baltanis against Vincent Dastra. Should be your final pair, but Frank Baltanis has gone missing. So your number 9 qualifier. Get a single shot here in round number 1. Dastra, the Pennsylvania-based 92 Mustang. 972 is what he ran in qualifying. He goes 975 at 138 miles an hour. That will officially wrap up round number 1 of the Vengeance Clutch Coyote Stock class. That'll move us to our newest class, the whatever it takes transmission parts Street Bandit class. of the 1010 Street Bandit class. You notice the index at the top. This is just like our 860 Street Race class. The 1010 done for the NHRA ruling for licenses and cage certifications. It allows the cars to come in and participate at that level. Paul Osick and Gary Parker will get us started. Gary Hollywood Parker out of Georgia, a former class champion mod muscle, now jumping over to the 1010 class. The 1999 Coyote Swap Mustang on Budweiser's side. He will face Paul Osick out of Texas. 2010 model Mustang. Still got the 3-valve on board. He'll stage up left side. Parker and Osick. Win light. Parker. Osick gets there first and breaks out going 10:07. Parker 10:12 on the 10:10. That gets the win light, and Parker will move to the next round. Let's bring up our next pair, Jacob Young and Willie Blanco. Blanco out of Team Luan Motorsports right hand side, the 2016 model Mustang. He will line up against Jacob Young. Young on the left hand side out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Stages up the 2019 Blue Mustang. Better reaction time to Jacob Young, left side. Win, light, Young. Dead on the number. 10-10 with a 0. You can do no better. Willie Blanco gets there first and breaks it out, going 10:07. Jacob Young laying down a perfect 10-10 with a 0. Forcing Willie Blanco into a breakout. Let's bring up Gary Shotwell and Charles Atkinson next. Atkinson right-hand side in the Classic Mustang out of Alabama. Gary Shotwell out of Carlisle, Ohio. The 2017 Blue Mustang left side. Again, 10-10 is the number they're looking for. You cannot go under it. You get as close to it as you can without going under it. Unless both of you go under it. Better reaction time to Atkinson in the Classic Mustang. Wind light will swing to the left-hand side. By 4,000ths of a second, Gary Shotwell gets the win. 10-13 beating a 10-19. Charlie Atkinson had almost 600ths of a second in reaction time advantage, but Gary ran closer to the number, and by 42/10,000ths of a second, Gary Shotwell gets the win. Then I'll bring up Aaron McCormick and Sean Olson next. Olson in the Classic Mustang right side out of Ohio. Aaron McCormick out of Jacksonville in the 2004 Cobra left side. Better reaction time to Olson. Win light to Olson. He gets the win. 10:26 beating the 10:33. Aaron was close, but fell just a little bit short. Sean Olson gets the win. Dan Renz and James Meredith next. Meredith in the Whipple Supercharged Coyote Swap 1973 Ford Capri out of Georgia left side. He will face Dan Renz. Dan is a former Coyote Stock racer out of Pennsylvania. Now doing a job here in the 10-10 category. 1989 model Mustang. Once again, I need HV Tuners Super Stang. HV Tuners Super Stang to the lanes for round number 2, please. HV Tuners Super Stang. HV Tuners Super Stang to the lanes, please. Meredith will get the win on this one. 10-14 as Dan has problems off the starting line. It slows to a 10-64. Once again, HV Tuners Super Stang, HV Tuners Super Stang, and each to the lanes, please, for round number 2. HV Tuners Super Stang. HV Tuners Super Stang, and each to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Attention in the pits, I will also take truck and SUV. Truck and SUV to the lanes, please. Truck and SUV. Truck and SUV to the lanes, please. Kimberly Wood, David Smith next. Smith, the local racer out of Jacksonville. 2000 model Coyote Stock Mustang. Kimberly Wood out of Ohio, 2014 Mustang. David Smith, a big hole shot. And Smith goes 10.19. Kimberly Wood goes 9.94, breaking it out and still not getting there. But Smith had a huge hole shot advantage and parlayed that into a win. Our next pair, Chris Rush and Jaden Deach. Deach out of Egerton, Ohio, on the Jason Deach trailer sales operation. Stages up the 2014 model Mustang left side. Chris Rush, the Coyote Fury, Pennsylvania-based stick shift Mustang right side. He ran the HP Tuners Super Stang class last year, now doing job in the Street Bandit class. Deach got the better reaction time. And Deach going dead on the dial at 10.10 with a 7. Turning away, Chris Rush is 10.24. That'll bring up, I believe this is our final pair of cars, Mike Winters and Bill Wittenauer. Winters, a former Open Comp racer, 347 cubic inches of push rod, small block Ford in the Michigan-based 82 Mustang left side. Bill Wittenauer, the 1989 Mustang out of Kentucky right side, 408 cubic inches of stroker, small block Ford. A couple of really good reaction times here, separated by just 7 thousandths of a second. Advantage Wittenauer, win light goes to Winters by 6 thousandths of a second. That's how close it was. 10.11 with a 7, beating a 10.13 with a 0. Mike Winters gets the win on that one. I believe this is round number 2 of Spring Break Shootout next. The BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout class coming next here. First pair out, Willie Luan and Danny Adair. Danny out of Ohio on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the white car. King Willie out of Miami left side. Luan, the whole shot, and out in front. Win line says Luan, 8.53 at 150, 8.92 at 156 for Danny Adair. Not good enough. King Willie to the semis. In the BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout class, here's our next car. Kimberly Walter, Adam Cumble. Cumble, the Orlando, Florida-based 1985 nitrous humping Mustang. Left side, Kimberly Walter, the Ohio-based turbocharged 1956 model Mustang right side. Kimberly, your second quickest car on the property in True Street. How does she do here against Adam? Adam gets the whole shot. Can he hold off the turbo car? Tom N says Adam gets the win by 22 thousandths of a second. The whole shot win goes to Couple. 8.75 is best run of the weekend, turning away the quicker but later. 8.63 for Kimberly Walter. Adam Couple gets the win. That'll bring up a couple of 8-second potential hot rods. Chris Welch and Jason Wagoner. Wagoner out of Indiana, 2013 model Shelby. He was your runner-up in True Street. He'll stage up right side. Chris Welch out of Delaware left side. A potent 1992 convertible Mustang GT. For the last shot in the semifinal round, who's going to go? Whole shot to Welch. The convertible out in front. Goes 8.54 at 149, 8.70 at 158 for Jason Wagoner. His best run of the weekend, but not good enough. And Chris Welch will move to the next round. So that will be a very good foursome. The semifinal round of the BBK Performance Spring Break Shootout. A whole gaggle of 8-second cars battling it out. of Spring Break Shootout champion. We will see them back here in just a little bit. Once again, I have called my truck and SUV class. Truck and SUV, I need you. I also need XD Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle for round 2. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need XD Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle. XD Racing Clutch, Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a little bit of racetrack touch-up. Just take us a couple of minutes. As soon as we get that done, we will be ready for the next round of Index. That completed round 1 of Heads Up and round number 2 of Spring Break Shootout. So we'll do a little bit of touch-up on the racetrack, and then we'll be ready for round number 2 of Indexes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
We'll move on to round number 4. And now we'll wrap up round number 3 in the ARP Fasteners Open Comp class. Again, your first and only choice when it comes to fasteners should be ARP Fasteners. Thousands of unique and distinctive fasteners, everything from OE applications to custom. If you want to find out more about all the thousands of different fasteners and parts they offer, go to arp-bolts.com for ARP Fasteners. Again, that is arp-bolts.com for ARP Fasteners. That'll move us into the HB Tuners Super Stang class. Into the semifinal round of the quarterfinal round of this class. We'll start with Andrew Subelak and Jerry Jones. Jones in the 2022 Mach 1 out of Alabama, right side, 1180, his dial-in of choice. Andrew Subelak dials in the Blue Mustang out of Hewley, Florida, 1343 on the left side. So he gets to go first by about 1.5 seconds on the tree. Both drivers away on green light reaction times. Andrew Subelak, 1343 left side. Jerry Jones, 1180 on the Mach 1 right side. Better reaction time right side. Win light left side on a breakout. Jerry Jones goes under by 200ths. Andrew Subelak gets the win, 1348 on the 1343. That brings up Russell Haskins and Rodney Ward. Good matchup right here. Haskins out of Georgia, 2018 model Mustang left side. Rodney Ward out of Indiana, 2014 model Mustang right side. Rodney Ward looking for 1265 right side. Russell Haskins looking for 1196 dialing left side. Better reaction time right side. Win light goes right side as Haskins breaks it out. Rodney Ward, 2 above his dial-in, 1267 on the 1265. That'll move him to the semifinal round. Ray Williams Sr. and Rick Dorn next. Dorn right hand side, the supercharged Mustang out of Winter Springs, Florida. He dials 1068, 1187 for. Out of Thomasville, Georgia, 2012 model Mustang. Ray Williams Sr. goes first, left side. Ray Williams Sr., 1187 dial-in Lucas Oil side. Rick Dorn, 1068 dial-in Budweiser side. Better reaction time left side. Win light left side and a double breakout. Ray Williams Sr. gets the win. 1182 on the 1187 under by 500ths. He gets the win as Rick Dorn breaks it out by more. So Ray Williams Sr. will move on to the semifinals, joining his son AJ as both Williams boys go to the next round of competition. Here's your legal buy run, Chris Parisi. He was your number 1 qualifier and got the win in round number 1, so with an odd number of cars, he gets the single here. The Jacksonville, Florida-based affordable epoxy owner, 2020 model Mustang, he's looking for an 1180 on his scoreboard. My final call for XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle, my CJ Bunny Parts Ford Muscle, and my second call for Tremec Transmission Stick Shift Shootout. 1162 on the 1180 for Chris Parisi, holding a little in reserve. Might need to get him to turn that down for the next round of competition. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I'll take bracket 3 to the lanes, please. Bracket 3 to the lanes, please. Bracket 3. Bracket 3, I will take in the lanes at this time. Johnny Lightning's truck literally makes earwax melt out of people's ears. It's that loud. The 918 dial-in for the New Providence, Pennsylvania-based Lightning, backed by SET and BB Fuels. He'll stage up left-hand side. He's your current class champion. Gregory Collins on the Ranger right side. We got a good one on our hands here. 5,000 sub-random on reaction time. Gregory Collins right side, 1134. Johnny Eileen left side, 918. Win like Collins. Collins goes dead on the dial-in with a 9. Puts together a 44 pack. Johnny Lightning in Joe Flatt's car, making an immediate right-hand turn. Bobtail out front. And he goes too fast. He goes 932 with a 0, breaks it out by 100th of a second. That gives Joe Flatt the win. You cannot go under your index unless your opponent does so too. And Joe Flatt got the lucky break of this round, going 930 on an 860 dial-in. Bobtail just took too much stripe and broke out by 100th of a second. Joe Flatt to the next round. Here's your final matchup, Michael Roop and Todd Bowser. Number 2 points last year in the rancher out of Texas. Michael Roop dials 1124, 1250 for Todd Bowser in the F-150 Harley edition. Michael Roop looking for 1124 left side. Todd Bowser in the F-150 right side. Advantage Roop. Win light. Roop. Todd Bowser breaks it out by a bunch. 1204 and a 1250, and Michael Roop 100th above his dial-in and a much better reaction time. Former class champ will go to the next round here. That'll wrap up round number 2 in truck and SUV. That will bring us to round number 2 of XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. I believe there are 10 cars remaining here. So the Modular Muscle class designed for vehicles that either left the factory with a Ford modular platform engine or also a modular swap. Perfect example, Wes McPeak in a 65 fastback Mustang left side. They hadn't even thought of the modular power plant by that point. 1168, his index, Chris Graff out of Columbia, Missouri, 2011 Mustang, his index 1187 on the right side. So they are separated by 1900ths of a second. The head start will go right-hand side to Chris Graff. Better reaction time. Going left side to Wes McPeak. He is already around Chris Graff. Win light. Will go to Chris Graff as McPeak lets him back around him by 11 thousandths of a second. Tried to judge the finish line and just missed by a little bit. Chris Graff gets the lucky break there. 1193 on the 1187, getting around the whole shot, getting 1185 for Wes McPeak. Here comes Johnny Rush, one half of the Rush racing operation out of Pennsylvania. The yellow 2006 Mustang, 1080 the index, 1004 for Andy Russell in the valve spring eating 2002 Mustang. My final call for Tremix Stick Shift Shootout. Final call, Tremix Stick Shift Shootout. Green lights on both sides of the tree. John Rush left side. Andy Russell right side. Advantage Johnny Rush. Win light. Goes to Russell. 1003 on the 1004, under by 1,000. John Rush. 1078 with an 8 on a 1080, under by 12,000. Johnny Rush has a better reaction time. Andy Russell closer to the dial-in, so Andy Russell gets the win. Susan Roush McClanahan and Dean Snow next. McClanahan out of Livonia, Michigan, current defending champion. 2010 model propane Mustang, 912 the index, 1272 for Dean Snow right side. Now Susan's got to wait 3 full seconds and gives chase on a 2,000th reaction time difference. Susan left side, Dean right side, win light. Susan, double breakout. 909 on the 912, under by 28,000. Dean Snow, 1267 on the 1272, under by 48,000. Win light, Susan Roush McClanahan. Here comes a real good contest. Last year's number 2 and number 3 points finishers. Charlie McCullough and Adam Cox. McCullough out of Georgia, being staged by the elegant Jason Sloan. 2004 model Cobra, 1045 index, 986 the index for Adam Cox. He stages up the 99 Mustang with the third pedal intact. Yeah, this is a stick shift car left side. So your number 2 points finisher. Last year, right side, number 3 on the left side. Both of them away on the green light. Charlie McCullough left side. Adam Cox right side. Better reaction time than Charlie McCullough. Win light Charlie McCullough. How about a 10:45 on a 10:45 with a 4:024 on the tree, a 28 package. Jason Sloan must have banged on the hood just right. 28 pack total, and Adam Cox breaks out trying to get there first. Charlie McCullough to round 3. That'll bring up Shane Williams. Your number 1 qualifier gets the odd number single here, 1174 the dial. Shane on an 027 green light. We'll leg it out on the buy run. And go 1170. He's about 38 thousandths under the diamond, but that's okay because you can do that on the time run. That'll complete round number 2 of XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. That should move us into CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle next. Once again, bracket 3 drivers on each of the lanes. Please we'll add bracket 2 to it as well. Bracket 3 and bracket 2. Our first pair out here in the CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle category. This is the non-electronics category, and we're going to switch the tree. This is going to be a sportsman style tree, a countdown style tree. JT Barron out of Jacksonville, Ken Mason on the opposite side out of Dallas, Georgia. The drop top dial's 1475, JT Barron dial's 1275. Both of them away on green line reaction times. Ken Mason, 1475 on the drop top. JT Barron, the modern Coyote left side. Win line goes to Mason. Better reaction time and 100th above the index. He gets the win. JT a little bit late, breaks it out by a 10th of a second. Trying to catch it. Ken Mason gets the win. Joseph Lopez and Bill Worstall next. Keeping dry hops alive left-hand side. The Fort Myers Ford-based Cobra Check. 10 flat the index. 14 flat for Bill Worstall and the Ranchero. Yeah, this was the truck-car combination. Bill gets to go first, right-hand side by 4 full seconds. Joseph Lopez cuts Bill Worstall's reaction time in half. Can the Cobra Check get there? He does, but he breaks it out. 989, he's over a 10th under the index. 1397 for Bill Worstall. The Ranchero will get the win here. And it's a 2-for-1. Bill Worstall gets the single in the semifinals with 3 cars remaining. That was a costly one for Lopez. Took 1200s a strike to break out by a little bit more. David Mormon, City Hall next. The Shenanigans Falcon right side, 13 flat the number. 1075 with the Mach 1 of Mormon. David Mormon, a big reaction time advantage on the Lucas Oil side. Can he parlay it into a win? Scoreboards will say, yes indeed, 1076 on the 1075, locking out City Hall's 1289 breakout. David Mormon had a much better reaction time, and that got him the win here. So he'll move to the semifinals. That'll wrap up round number 2 of CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle. It'll get us a little bit of racetrack prep for the semifinal action in trim and transition stick shift shootout class. Carl Goy and Alex Martinez get us started. Carl Goy got the whole shot of the Fox. Can Alex track him down? Is the quickest car on the ropes? He is 872 and he still doesn't get there. 926 for Carl Goy. He will get the win. And Carl takes the Fox to the final round of Coyote Transition Stick Shift Shootout. So we have a silver Fox going to the final. Now we're going to put an orange Mustang up next to him. The question is which one? Chris Rush, the Coyote Fury car right side. Jeff Smith out of Orlando, the stick shift dude left side. A little bit of tire spin there for Smith as he's going to have to try to reel in Chris Rush. Looks like he's got there. And Jeff Smith gets it done 922, beating the 1020 by about 2 car lengths. And Jeff Smith will race Carl Goy in the final of the Tremec Transition Stick Shift Shootout class. All right, now we move into the bracket classes. This is bracket 3, round number 2. Wesley Molden and Rodney Ward will get us started here in bracket number 3. I think Rodney Ward just likes abusing the equipment. This guy is triple enter. Ran HP Tuners Super Stang and runs brackets and something else. I don't know, I forget. 1,000 separated on the reaction time win like Wesley Molden, who made it deep in eliminations in Orlando last year. 12:29 on the 12:34, beating Rodney Ward's 12:25 on the 12:57, a double breakout. And that'll take him to the next round of competition. Trevor Glasgow and David Lachey next. Here's a small handicap. David Lachey, the 63 Galaxy 1204, 1790 for the Transit Van. Trevor Glasgow gets to go first. Now, David Lachey drops the clutch pedal and gives chase. Trevor Glasgow left side, David Lachey right side, better reaction time. Right side for the Galaxy. Win line goes to the Transit as David Lachey breaks it out by 2.5 hundredths, and the Ford Transit Van will move on. 1802 on the 1790. Again, just going to show you can bracket race just about anything. Russell Haskins, Doug Poskovich next. Here's a good matchup. Haskins out of Georgia. We finally fixed it. Said he was from California and Oklahoma. Apparently he travels a lot. 1185 the island on the Mustang left side. Doug Poskovich dials in the fair lane at 1075 on the right side. Good matchup here. Double breakout the result. Win by Doug Poskovich. He's under by 3 thousandths. Haskin breaks it out by 5 hundredths. 48 thousandths of a second margin of victory goes to Doug Poskovich in the Classic Ford. Pair of pickup trucks next. Daniel Huffman, Russell Duranda. Duranda out of Lakeland, Florida. 23 model Maverick pickup truck. 1583 the island right side. 1310 for Daniel Huff's Rouse Racing Edition F-150. Whitlock goes to Russell, 1598 on the 1583 as Huff slows through a 1327 on 1310. So Russell Duranda will take the little Maverick pickup truck. I have a weird time saying Maverick pickup truck because it makes me think of an older Maverick. How about a Ford Flex next? 1570 dial in right hand side and a real deal Chad Kennedy. Yeah, you get to see them every now and then out here. Chad Kennedy dialing in the stick shift Mustang at 1410 left side. I think Chad has at least one cheerleader on the first floor of the tower. Chad banging the gears next to the Ford Flex. Looks like he's got it pretty close. Top and scoreboard say. Chad Kennedy gets the win. A 1572 and a 1570 getting beat by a 1450 on a 1410. You go, wait a minute. Right hand side was above by 200. Left side was above by 410s. Well, the driver had a better reaction time. So Chad Kennedy did the driver's job and got the win there. That'll bring up Sebastian Luan. Luan in the S550 chassis Mustang left side, 1320. Perfect dial in for a quarter mile. He'll race Mackenzie Steamer, also dials 1320. Once again, I'm looking for spring break shootouts. Spring break shootouts in the lanes, please. Spring break shootout. Spring break shootouts in the lanes, please. Sebastian Luan left side, Mackenzie Steamer right hand side. In a battle of 1320 dial Mustangs, win line goes to Mackenzie. 1336 taking out the whole shot 8 at 1329. Mackenzie Steamer gets the win. That'll bring up Rebecca Starkey. Look at this one dialed in. 980 the dial in on Rebecca Starkey's 2024 Supercharged Mustang. It was the first Mustang into the nines. She'll run up against Alan Hill here. Hill in a two-tone 1987 Mustang. This is a variety of combinations. At one point it had a supercharged 5-speed combination. Now a slightly stroked small block Ford with a C4 behind it. And Rebecca spins the tires. Alan Hill just needs to make sure he doesn't go too quick now. 1089 is close. But he'll take the win. Unfortunately, Rebecca spins the tires. William Flower, Gregory Finley next. Finley on the right-hand side, the 1986 4-eyed Mustang, 1155 dial, and 1250 for William Fowler in the 82 Mustang left side. Once again, spring break shootout, my final 4 cars, I need you. Spring break shootout, my final 4 cars, I need you now, please. Looks like I have 2 of the 4. William Fowler turns on the red light by an agonizing 4 thousandths of a second. Gregory Finley found the 4-leaf clover. His reaction time started with a 3. He was making a sandwich. He was thinking about lunchtime. 11:53 on the 11:55, and Finley gets the win. Doesn't matter if it's pretty or not, he still gets the win. That'll bring up Dennis Hilliard next, who's doing double duty between this class as well as I believe he's either an open copper mod muscle. The blue S197 Mustang dials 930, 1118 for the S550 chassis Mustang right hand side. Dennis Hilliard turning on the red light. So the right-hand side will get an easy win. 1146 on the 1118. That'll bring up, I believe this is Elaine Moisner. Yes, it is. Out of Indiana, 2014 model Mustang. 1402, Hector Navarro. I believe it's either a 4-cylinder or 6-cylinder Mustang. It sounds like a group of angry bees when he leaves the starting line. 10 flat the dial in left side. Elaine on a 1402 right side, 10 flat for Hector Navarro left side. Advantage Elaine, win light Elaine, 1405 on the 1402. Hector slows to a 1085. How about a real deal 1995 Cobra R on the right hand side? This is Rick Dorn. Good to see one of them actually getting used instead of a collection and not getting driven very much. 1374 on the right-hand side. David Mormon, the 1970 Mach 1, who also likes to put a lot of laps on his car. 1070 to the dial in left side. Win light, Mormon, 1073 on the 1070 gets the win as Rick Dorn breaks it out going 1359 on the 1374. Alan Galder and Chris Parisi next. Parisi right-hand side, 1171 the dial for the Jacksonville, Florida-based 2020 model Mustang. Alan Galder out of Orlando Lakes, Florida, 2001 model New Edge Mustang, 1420 his dial, and he gets to go first. Couple of green light reaction times as they start to head towards the finish line. Alan Galder left side. Chris Parisi right-hand side. Win light Parisi, 1175 on the 1171 with a slightly better reaction time. Alan is 700ths above, going 1427 on the 1420. So Chris Parisi will move to round number 3 in both HP Tuners Super Stang as well as bracket 2, or bracket 3, excuse me. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need my Suncoast Performance 860 street race class. 860 street race class to the lanes, please. 860 street race. 860 street race, I need you to the lanes, please. I believe this is bracket 2 now. Ken Mealy and Jerry Norton. And Mealy in the Stalker Cobra Jet turns on the red light, so Jerry Norton gets the win. 540 with a 9 on the 543, breaks it out by a couple hundreds, but that's okay. Ken Mealy turned on the red light and it goes 100 above. That'll end his weekend. James Meredith and Dana Keys next. Keys in the big honkin' 1941 Ford Coupe up Massachusetts. 650 the dial and 642 for the Coyote Stock Ford Capri of James Meredith right side. Turns at 14,000 red, and he is not going to like the other side of this time slot. 648 on the 650 for Dana Keys. Meredith likes it out to go 637. Chris Graff and Jared Brewer win light. Graff, 781 on the 770 as Brewer doing the big wheel stand. It slows down a little bit. 668 on the 654. Chris Graff will take the Missouri-based Mustang to the next round. Toby Gant, James Evans next. Evans right-hand side, a local Gainesville racer, 685 dialing on his Mustang. 655 with the wheel standing Mustang out of Orlando Lakes, Florida for Toby Gant. Left side, he'll get chased. James Evans goes first. 100 separate them on the reaction times here. Advantage Evans, win light. Gant 100 above. Evans 3,000 under. 23 on the reaction time. Take 25 thousandths to break out by 3. Needed to take 22 or less. is 608 the dial in. Dan Renstyle 640 in the Pennsylvania-based 89 Mustang. Somebody needs a puke bucket at the top end for Brendan George. He's not going to want to see the other side of that time slip. 26 red, Dan gets the win on the Mustang left side. 646 on the 640. Rar LeBlanc and Will McKay. McKay was still alive in Open Cup with 5 cars remaining, trying to keep it going, and his reaction time is going to help him here. Oh, wow. Will McKay dead on the dial with a 0 with a 009 light, but a 9 back on the window, and Rar LeBlanc was dead on arrival. He matches the dial with a 0, but he let go about 500s too late. Will McKay puts a 9 back together after being 22 total earlier today. The Rockingham Open Cup winner from last year, showing that he is definitely ready for another NMRA Victor Trophy. John M. Pickering and Hunter LeBlanc next. No, you're not seeing double. This is the other LeBlanc. 1965 Mustang left side, 616 down, 518 to dial for John Pickering. And Pickering nails a perfect trip sit reaction time. Breaks it out by 6 out. Would have been interesting if he would have laid it down to 0. Hunter LeBlanc is 35 right, matches his dialing with a 4, but he would have had his hands full. John M. Pickering with the 98 Mustang trip set, perfect reaction time. Robert Griffin and Shane Rushing next. Rushing 516 the dialing on the big tire Mustang out of Alabama left side. 598 the dialing for Robert Griffin out of West Virginia right side. Griffin is 32 red, Rushing 002, and 7 thousandths under the dial-in. Robert Griffin is 23 thousandths under after turning on the red light. Jerry Spohr and Fred Carlier next. They will be next. Fred Carlier, 597 down the right side, 527 down for Jerry Spohr left side. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Chris Segura, I am missing you in 860 street race. Chris Segura, I am missing you in 860 street race. Better reaction time left side, win line left side. Spohr goes above by 700. Carlier falls off to a 614 on the 597 dial-in. This is Jerry Norton and Shane Williams. That was close. Shane, left-hand side, a multi-time national champion in this car. As a matter of fact, he won an Orska championship and an NMRA championship in the same year in it. 736 to the dial left side, Jerry Norton's Roadster, 541. Uncharacteristically late for Shane, and that's going to cost him win light Norton. Norton under by 8 thousandths, Shane under by 9 thousandths. That one almost was a puke bucket. Jerry, take 86 thou to break out a thou less. And it looks like I'm waiting on one more car to come around the lanes here. Once again, Spring Break Shootout. Shootout, Spring Break Shootout. Looks like I have those cars. No, actually, I have 3 of 4. I'm missing 1. All right, I believe this is our final pair in bracket 1 for round number 2. Brendan George and Charlie McCullough. Charlie, who is still alive in mod muscle, stages up 659 dial in on the Cobra right side. Brendan George dialing in 608 left side. And 1 foul red for Charlie McCullough. Brendan George was holding a little bit. 602 on the 608 after an 021 green light. Jason Sloan, 1,000th red. But it's okay. He still has another shot left. Don't go too hard on Charlie. Brendan George lost an entry, and then Charlie McCullough lost an entry. So a couple of double-enter drivers now down to 1 left. All right, my Spring Break Shootout should be next. It looks like I'm looking at 3 cars, so I'm missing 1. So 3 8-second cars left in competition. 2 Florida-based Mustangs, 1 out of Delaware. We know we will have at least 1 Florida car in the final. The question is, will we get 2? Our first pair out, Chris Welch and Willie Luan. These 2 cars both laid down an 8:59 on their first pass at True Street yesterday. So it's a pickup right here. King Willie Luan out of Luan Motorsports left side, supercharged 1990 model Mustang. He will face Chris Welch out of Lincoln, Delaware. The drop top GT right side. And Welch turns on the red light, so King Willie will go to the final. Wow, Chris missed it by a bunch too. And he legs it out to go 8:39 at 162. Must have gotten nervous, and King Willie will go to the final. So 1 Luan Motorsports entry will go to the final, and Gabby will have to hear about it. Gabby, you're going to have to hear about King Willie. Sorry. She just waves at me. So King Willie will face Adam Coughlin in an all-Florida Spring Break Shootout. It'll be Supercharger versus Nitrous. Adam getting the buy run here out of the Orlando, Florida area. 1985 nitrous-fed Mustang. .876 at 154 for Adam. A very consistent pass for him. So there's your final. Adam Couple against King Willie Luan in the final of Spring Break Racetrack Shootout brought to us by BBK Performance. Now, we're going to touch up the racetrack and get ready for round number 2 of BB Racing Lubricants Renegade, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be followed by round number 2 of Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race. At this time, I will take BB Racing Lubricants Renegade, the semifinals, Renegade. I need my semifinalists to the lanes, please. Renegade. I need my semifinalists to the lanes, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
against Renegade. This is round number 2, the semifinal round, and unfortunately, as you see on the starting line, what should be a pair is actually a single. This should be Bob Cook against Martin Connolly, but Martin Connolly had problems after his round 1 victory. You saw some smoke come out of the turbocharged car, so Bob Cook gets a single here. The supercharged Mustang, 480 at 150.88 miles an hour, so Bob Cook will go to the final. Now the question is who will he face? Either Kelly Shotwell or Joel Greathouse. All right, so this will determine who Bob Cook gets to face. We will either have an all-blower final or a blower turbocharged final. Your number 1 qualifier, left-hand side, Kelly Shotwell, the sandwich artist from Carlisle, Ohio, 1995 model Mustang. Turbocharged 440 cubic inch Ford on board. He qualified for the 468. He will face Joel Greathouse, a 2-time class champion, right-hand side, out of Kentucky, 1993 model Mustang. Joel Greathouse, the turbocharged Mustang, your number 4 qualifier, right-hand side. He has had some trouble getting a hold of the racing surface. During testing on Thursday, the car made a couple of very solid early shutoff 470 passes. Since then, he has not gotten back to it yet, but see how he does right here. 1 final round berth on the line. Who gets it? Kelly Shotwell, left side. Joel Greathouse, right-hand side. And Greathouse started to come up on moves, but didn't do it, and he gets timed out. The car started to sound like it came up on boost and might have hit a safety cut. And Kelly Shotwell will get the victory. It'll be an all-blower car final. Shotwell, 644. It's nothing to write home about, but it's good enough to get the win light. And an unfortunate turn of events there for Joel Greathouse as it started to try and spool the turbo. And the car sounded like it just fell on its face and unfortunately got timed out. What an interesting turn of events. So your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, as it would play out on paper, number 1 versus number 2, Bob Cook and Kelly Shotwell. That's your final in BB Racing Lubricants Renegade. Attention in the bins, I need brackets 3, 2, and 1, or 1, 2, and 3, or 2, 1, and 3, or 2 and a half, or 2 and a third. Brackets 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, I'm having fun with it. Brackets 1, 2, and 3. I need you to the lanes, please, for round 3. Brackets 1, 2, and 3. I need you to the lanes for round 3. Here comes my 860 class for round number 2. Our first pair out. Blower versus turbo. Paul Sinkowitz out of Benton, Missouri, 1998 model Mustang. He's right-hand side. Your number 2 points finisher last year will face Bo Webb, also out of the north. Carlisle, Ohio, to be exact. 2011 Grabber Blue Mustang with the supercharger on board, left side. So, Paul Sinkowitz, right side. Bo Webb, left side, as we get into the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race class. Better reaction time here goes to Paul. Bo Webb is right with him. This is a good one. Top end says. Paul Sinkowitz with the parachute drop win. 879 beating the 886 as Bo Webb slows. And Paul Sinkowitz gets the win with a parachute drop. 879. It's kind of but you might get some backlash from it. Letitia Hughes up next, left-hand side, the Whatever It Takes Transmission Steeda. Her sponsors on the Smith Grove Kentucky Days 2018 Whipple Supercharged Mustang. Michael Hall out of Liberty Township, Ohio, 2019 Mustang, right-hand side. He'll provide competition. So Letitia, left side. Michael Hall, right side. Better reaction time goes to Michael Hall. Letitia might be in trouble here. Tom Ed says, win line Michael Hall. Look at the number. 860 with a 6. Letitia breaks out going 857. Michael Hall gets the win light here. And upsets last year's number 3 points finisher. Your next pair, Gavin Black left side, West Virginia based 2012 model Mustang. He will face Tom Mueller. Mueller on the right-hand side out of Ohio, 2016 model Mustang. That's the gray car. Once again, 8.60 is the number you want. A couple of very good reaction times here. Gavin Black a little bit better on the left side. Mueller on the right side. Win light goes to Gavin. 862 beating an 865. Very good race right there, but Gavin Black gets the win, and he'll go to the next round. Here comes your defending class champion, Casey Shotwell. The BBK Performance back 2016 Mustang out of Ohio. He will face Chris Segura. Segura out of Fort Myers, Florida, about 3 hours south of here. He stages up the 1992 red Mustang on the right-hand side. Better reaction time to Chris Segura. He's got the champ on the ropes by a 10th of a second. Win light goes to Segura. Wow. Casey Shotwell breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, 8:59.9. And Chris Segura gets the upset victory. Wow, I did not see that one coming. 8:59 with a 9. Just a hair too quick. And Casey Shotwell, the class champion, is done. Here's our final pair, and this one will be a titanic battle between a couple of Florida cars, Willie Luan and Houston McLean. Luan Motorsports back, Willie Luan left side out of Miami. Pushrod Supercharged 1990 Mustang, Houston McLean out of McLean Motorsports in Stark. 2014 turbocharged Mustang. Houston gets the whole shot by 100. Now, can both of them stay above the 860 number? Willie is right alongside of him. Top end says Houston McLean gets the win. 869 over an 875. Houston had the better reaction time. Houston will go to the quarterfinal round. And Kate doing a slight dance on the starting line. That was a big one for either driver. And McLean Motorsports will go to round number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is your final, yes, in the Richmond Gear Factory stock, the naturally aspirated class. Damian Stevens and Mike Bowen. Stevens, left side out of Canada, 89 Mustang. Bowen, right side, 71 Maverick. Bowen, the only car in the 9s this weekend, the second one to do it in the class. He's got the better reaction time over Stevens and slowly pulling away. 993 at 131 miles an hour, bettering his qualifying time by 0.02 of a second. It has been an A to B romp for Mike Bowen. He has done nothing but lay down 990 time slips, and he runs the table. The best ETs and speeds every round, and he will go into 2024 with a W from the first race of the year. Congratulations to Mike Bowen. First pair out, Ed Bennett, Vincent Dastra. Dastra left side out of Pennsylvania 92 Mustang. Ed Bennett right side of the Michigan-based 91 Mustang out of Claire Stewart Racing. Ed Bennett, who is your number one qualifier. 400s behind on the reaction time, but already ahead and pulling away from Vincent Dastra. 9:62 at 1:37, almost matching his qualifying time. Dastra goes 10:04 after spinning on the starting line. Tim Matherly, Shane Stuyvesant next. Matherly, out of Georgia, shop owner by trade. The 2003 Mustang left side, Shane Stuyvesant. The Pennsylvania-based 89 Copper Mustang right-hand side. Your number 10 qualifier left side. Number 2 qualifier right side. So on paper, Shane Stuyvesant should be coming away with the victory out of this one, but keep in mind, Tim Matherly is a 2-time NMRA champion, so he will not go down without a fight here. Matherly gets the whole shot and goes wheels up and taps the wall. Wow. Matherly tried to hold on to it but couldn't do it. 9:66 for Shane Stuyvesant and a tough break there for Tim Matherly. The car has gone left a couple of times here this weekend, and the car was way up there as he grabbed second gear. By the time he came down, could not make the adjustments, and unfortunately the car brushed the wall. All right, so we are going to be on hold here for just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send the safety crew down to see Tim Matherly, make sure everything checks out okay, as well as looking at the left-hand side retaining walls. If you look on the spot motorsports, it looks like it actually happened right by where their camera position was. So thankfully, Matherly continued to drive the car off the racetrack. Hopefully he is okay. We'll wait and see. So it looks like just a little bit of debris in the left-hand lane, so it should not take too long to clean it up. And then as soon as I have information on Matherly, I will relay that to you. That Matherly has waved everything off. He is fine, so thankfully, Tim Matherly is A-okay. Already stopped by the top-end personnel and said he was okay, just obviously a little shooken up by the car hitting the wall, so should only take a minute or two to get this cleaned up, and then we'll be back underway. Just a little bit of debris out there about the 3:30 mark. Missouri. Your number 5 qualifier at 966. He will line up with Taylor Deach out of the Jason Deach Trailer Sales Operation, 2000 model Mustang. Your number 13 qualifier of 980. So about a tenth of a second separate the two. Look at the wheel stand right inside for Aaron. That's going to lose him some valuable elapsed time. They are tied together. Taylor Deach gets the upset victory, 992, beating the quicker 990. Taylor got the better hole shot, and Aaron Warstell lost some valuable elapsed time when the car went up in the air, so Taylor goes to round number 3. Charlie Booth Jr., Trip Carter, our final pair. Trip Carter, out of Tennessee, 92 Mustang left side. Charlie Booth Jr. out of Pennsylvania, the 1990 model Mustang right side. On paper, they're separated by 0.03 of a second. Trip goes for the whole shot, comes up red. Charlie Booth Jr. will do that to you. Out the top end, 967 to a 983. Trip went for the whole shot, but came up red. Charlie Booth Jr. moves on. That'll wrap up the Vengeance Clutch Coyote Stock. We will now move to Street Bandit. reaction time. Winners goes 10-17 with an 8. Deech goes 10-17 with a 7. Winners has the better reaction time by about 0.05 of a second, so Mike Winners gets the win. Once again, I'm looking for ARP Open Comp and HV Tuners Super Stang. ARP Open Comp, HV Tuners Super Stang for round of competition. I also need truck and SUV to the lanes, please. First pair out, Trevor Glasgow and Chris Parisi as we go into bracket 3, and Trevor turns on the red light, so Chris Parisi gets the automatic win here. $11.68 on the 11.80, $17.98 on the 17.90 for Trevor Glasgow, but he turned on the red light, so the Ford Transit is done. That will move on Chris Parisi to the next round. Our next pair, Elaine Moisner and Russell Duranda. Duranda, the Maverick pickup truck, $15.83 to Island, $13.98 to Island for Elaine Moisner in the drop top Mustang out of Indiana. Russell Duranda getting the win on that one, 16 flat on the 1583, 1409 on the 1398, but Russell had the better reaction time. So the Maverick pickup truck goes to the next round. All right, attention, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we get done with this round of brackets, I'm going to put out a little freebie action here for you. Doug Boscovich in the fair lane against, I'm not sure who the S550 is, but they're in a lot of trouble. Boscovich got plenty on the reaction time here. And he breaks it out by 16 thousandths of a second. 1071 on a 1073, taking 55 hundredths of strike. Left side gets the win, 1148 on the 1118. We'll need a puke bucket at the time slip booth, please. Jack Kennedy and Alan Hill will come up next. Jack Kennedy, the stick shift 2000 model Mustang left side, and Alan Hill, the 1987 Mustang GT on the right-hand side. Jack Kennedy on a 1415 left side, Alan Hill right side on a 1083. Advantage right side, Winlight right side. Chad Kennedy gets there first and breaks it out. 1407 on the 1415 under by 8. 1095 on the 1083. Alan Hill is above by 12 hundredths of a second, gets the win here. Wesley Moulton and David Moorman next. Moulton trying to keep the win streak going at the beginning event of the year. He did very well in Orlando last year. Tries to keep it going here at Gainesville. He will race David Moorman in this pairing. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need truck and SUV to the lanes, please. I also need mod muscle to the lanes, please. Win line to David Moorman. Moorman with a much better reaction time goes 1084 on the 1075. Wesley misses it a little bit and goes 1231 on the 1227, and that'll end his day. bracket 2 now going at it. Dan Rentz and Jerry Norton. Rentz 003, Norton 022 might be in trouble. Yes, it is. Double breakout. Dan Rentz gets to the 003 going 642 on the 646, under by 36 thousandths. Jerry Norton goes 536.4 on a 541. He's under by 35 thousandths. 10 thousandths margin of victory to Dan Rentz. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I not only need XD Racing Clutch modular muscle, but I will also take CJ Pony Parts Ford muscle. So I need truck and SUV, XD Racing Clutch modular muscle, and CJ Pony Parts Ford muscle. Need all those classes to the lane, please. Chris Graff and Dana Keys next. Keys right hand side, 1941 model coupe, $649. He gives a head start to Chris Graff. Graff with the Grabber Blue Mustang out of Missouri, $772 the dial in. And Dana Keys leaves 16 thousandths of a second too early. Chris Graff gets the win. 773 on the 772. That will bring up your legal buyer on the wheel standing 89 Mustang of Toby Gant out of Lando Lakes, Florida. He'll get the single shot here to go into round of number 4 of brackets. $655 on the 652 for Toby Gant. That should move us into bracket number 1. Once again, I am looking for my ARP Open Comp class, HP Tuners Super Stang, truck and SUV, XD Racing Clutch modular muscle, and CJ Pony Parts Ford muscle. I need all of those classes to the lane, please, for your next round of competition. Here comes our first pair of cars in bracket 1. All the electronics are allowed here. Shane Rushing, Will McKay, our first pair. Will McKay in the Rockingham, North Carolina-based Big Block T-Bird. 722 the dial on the right side. Shane Rushing, the 2004 Mustang, 515 his dial in. $8,000 separate them, and one of them is perfect. The win line goes to Shane Rushing, trim zip perfect, and one above 2 for a 12-pack. Will McKay is 008, one above, and 18 total. 12 total beating 18 total here in round number 3 of brackets. Wow. And based on what I'm seeing, that might be either our semis or we might be to our quarters if we have one more car coming around. So Rushing in the quickest car in the category coming back now, Brendan George and Jerry Spoon. Spore on the left-hand side, 527 down, Brendan George 604, and Big Juicy the Mustang right side. $14,000 separated, advantage left side, win line, right side, and a double breakout. Brendan George goes 603 with a 1 on a 604, under by 9 thousandths. Jerry Spore goes 523 with a 7 on a 527, he's under by 33 thousandths. 24 thousandths margin of victory on the double breakout goes to Brendan George. And a Gainesville regular will move to the next round, and I believe that actually could be the final round, unless we have 1 or 2 more cars coming around. All right, so it looks like we are in our quarterfinals. So actually it looks like, yes, we have at least 1 more pair coming. City Racing Clutch Modular Muscle to the lanes, please. Also, CJ Bunny Bart's Ford Muscle. CJ Bunny Bart's Ford Muscle. Here's your final pair in round number 3. So this is going to determine who the third person is to go to the next round. Jerry Norton, John Pickering. And Jerry Norton loses his second entry. 001, that close on the light. Pickering, 12 green, and breaks it up by 2.5 hundredths. So in the final 3 cars, we will have 2 5-teen Mustangs and Brendan George's 6-0 car. It's a fast bracket 1. Those will be your semifinalists. Sounds like we're just about ready to pull out Open Cup here. All right, your first car out with 5 cars remaining is Cameron Bowles as we go into round number 4 of ARP Open Cup. This is your legal buy run. So Cameron gets a single shot here. 972 is index. Cameron runs 966 with a 3. He's about 500 too quick, but again, it's fine. He's doing it on a buy run. So no big deal. All right, attention to the bids, Dave Mormon. Dave Mormon, I need you for CJ Pony Bart's Ford Muscle, please. Paul Savinicki, AJ Williams. AJ Williams, left side. Paul Savinicki, right-hand side. Uncle AJ trying to continue on here. He's got Paul Savinicki breathing down his neck, right side. Wind, light, Savinicki. 934 on the 929. AJ Williams breaks out. Tough deal there. So we are down to 1 Williams left. Ray Williams Sr., the only one that is still in competition. And Will McKay goes to get on the trans brake, and unfortunately the T-Bird does not hold. Tough break there for McKay. So Taylor Deach will get the win. 892 on the 892, matching the index. ARP Open Cup class. Now over to HB Tuners Super Stang. With 4 cars left, your semifinalists start with Andrew Zubalak and Rodney Ward. Zubalak left side, Ward right side. Hit light goes to Zubalak. 13:47 on the 13:43. Taking out Rodney Ward's closer. 12:67 on a 12:65. Zubalak had the better reaction time. So that's one half of your final. Here comes the other one. Ray Williams Sr. and Chris Parisi. Parisi, a Gainesville regular out of Jacksonville, Florida. The 2020 model Mustang, right side 1180 index. 1187 left hand side 4. That's right. We're down to the last Williams. We're leaning on Ray Williams Sr. When I say we, I mean me and my friend here. Can Ray Williams put it together and take a Williams to the final round? And Ray turns it red. Chris Parisi gets the automatic victory. He tried too hard and left too soon. Chris Parisi will get your victory. 1195 on the 1180. 12 flat on the 1187 for Ray Williams Sr. As both of them obviously wanted that victory. So that will conclude the semifinal round of HB Tuners Super Stang. So it'll be Chris Parisi and Andrew Zubalak. That is your final. That will bring us to truck and SUV. Here comes our first pair in the semifinals of truck and SUV. Michael Rubin, Joe Fladd. Fladd left side, $860 on the F100. Mike Rubin, 1124 on the Ranchero right side. And Fladd's got it figured out. He's got a better reaction time left-hand side. Wind light. Goes to Mike Rubin, a double breakout, 1123 on the 4, goes under by 2,000. Joe Fladd is under by 36,000. 34,000 margin of victory goes to Michael Rubin. But somebody in the tower just lost $1. This is your legal buy run with 3 cars remaining. Gregory Collins, the Ohio-based Ranger, will go to the final here on a single. Yeah, you know Ray Williams thing. Yeah, you're all right, let's move into the XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle category. Once again showing all the RPM left-hand side. The Lebanon, Ohio-based 2002 model Mustang, 1004 the index. He will give the big head start to Shane Williams. Williams out of Knoxville, Tennessee, 1999 Flaming Blue and Silver Mustang. He indexes in at 1174. And Andy Russell drops the clutch pedal 17 thousandths too early. Shane Williams the tree and lays it out to be one above. A good pass right there. How about a titanic battle? And this is a 2-for-1. Whoever wins this one will get the bye run in the semis. It's between numbers 1 and 2 in the points last year. Susan Roush McClanahan and Charlie McCullough. Charlie, a former class champion, getting staged up by Jason Sloan right side. The cover dial 1045, 912 for Susan Roush McClanahan out of Michigan left side. And Charlie McCullough counts to play with a 300's better reaction time. Advantage right side of the racetrack. Win light Charlie. 1047 on the 1045 with an 015 tree. Charlie takes a bunch of stripe. Susan misses it a little bit and goes 700ths above. That is a 2-for-1. Charlie McCullough gets the win, and Charlie McCullough gets the bye run to the final round. So Charlie will go to the final. And Jason gives a little fist bump, says, yep, we got one left in. That'll bring up your bye run of the round. This is Chris Graff. In the streetcar out of Missouri, he gets a single pass here into the semifinal rounds, 1187 index. at 112 for Chris Graff. And that'll wrap up modular muscle, the XD Racing Clutch modular muscle category. That'll bring us to Ford muscle. All right, so mod muscle round number 3 done. Now, moving on to the CJ Body Parts Ford muscle class. Down to our semifinals in this class as well. 3 cars remaining. Our first pair out, David Mormon and Ken Nason. Nason, the big killer in the drop top 93 Mustang out of Georgia, 1475 dial, and he gets a big head start from David Mormon. Mormon dial 1075 left side. It'll be a good one to the top end. 4 seconds separate them on the dial-ins. Ken Nason right side. David Mormon left side. Advantage right side. Win light. Left side. Mormon goes 11 flat on the 1075. 1502. Ken Nason slows down. So David Mormon will go to the final round to run this man right here, Bill Warstall, in the 64 Ranchero out of Missouri. Warstall on the tune-up run, looking for 14 flat. He's 029 green on the reaction time. And likes it out to go 1402. A good pass there for Bill Warstall. So it'll be a pair of classic Fords in CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle Final. David Mormon against Bill Warstall. We'll see that here in just a little bit. And for the record, Katie Tao is a pretty solid cheerleader. Good seeing you, buddy.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it. thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Renegade class. So a pair of blower cars backing up from the burnouts. Kelly Shotwell and Bob Cook. Robert Cook out of Illinois, right inside, 1990 model Mustang. He has been racing the NMRA since this car was a street car, now evolving into the 470 small tire hot rod that it is today. He will stage up right inside. Kelly Shotwell out of Ohio, left side, 1995 model Mustang, also Pro Charger for the extra power. Your number one and number two qualifiers on paper. This is how it should be. Number one left side, number two right side. Here we go. And Shotwell spins the tires. Bob Cook takes the A to B approach at a 504 at 143 will get the job done. Bob Cook gets the win, and he is starting 2024 as your first Renegade winner. All right, brackets 1, 2, and 3. Brackets 1, 2, and 3. I need you back to the lanes, please. All of my bracket classes, back to the lanes, please. All bracket classes, back to the lanes, please. All right, here comes round number 3 of the Suncoast Performance 860 Street Race class. 5 cars remaining. First out, Chris Segura and Paul Sinkowitz. Paul Sinkowitz out of Fenton, Michigan. Gets his tuning done, I believe, at Vector Motorsports. At least that's who he's pitted next to. 1998 Turbo Mustang. 281 cubic inches, right-hand side, 860 is what he's looking for. He'll face local Florida racer Chris Segura out of Fort Myers. 1992 model Mustang. 347 cubic inches of Ford on board left side. So Paul Sinkowitz right side, Chris Segura left side. Tire spin for Segura. And Paul Sinkowitz way out front. He just needs to not go too quick. 891. That'll get the job done. And a 1010 at 152 for Chris Segura. That'll bring up Michael Hall next. Against Houston McLean. Hall making the trip from Liberty Township, Ohio. 2019 model Mustang. He's on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He will face local racer Houston McLean. Houston out of Stark in McLean Motorsports, staging up the 2014 California Special Mustang left side. So Houston left side, Michael right side for the chance to go to the semis. And Houston's got it hooked up. He's out in front of Michael Hall. He just needs to keep it on the good side of 860. And he does, 886. Houston McLean will go to the semifinals. Michael Hall loses traction off the starting line and can only go 919. Houston McLean goes to the semifinals of the 860 class. Only the second time he's running, and this is the furthest he's gotten. And with 3 cars remaining, there is a chance for him to get the bye run, considering the bye run right here going to Gavin Coyote Stock, brought to us by Vengeance Clutch. The semifinals, 4 spots remaining. We'll start with Taylor Deach and Ed Bennett. Your number 1 defending champion from last year out of Carlton, Michigan. Claire Stewart Racing's 1991 Mustang, right-hand side, backed by National Parts Depot and Stiflers. He is your number 1 qualifier as well. He will face the upset-minded Taylor Deach. Number 13 qualifier out of Edgerton, Ohio. And Jason Deach Trailer Sales, 2000 model Mustang left side. All right, attention to the bits, attention to the bits. I need all of my bracket classes, as well as Open Comp Super Stang, Truck and SUV, Mod Muscle, and Ford Muscle. Slide hole shots at Taylor Deach. Ed Bennett already way out front. A 965 at 137. That will move Ed Bennett into a familiar place. The final round, a 10:04 at 131 as Taylor Deach falls off, got the hole shot slightly, but it wasn't enough. Ed Bennett just too strong and will go to another final. So who will join Ed Bennett in the final? It'll either be Shane Stein, Mr. Charlie Moose Jr., number 2 and number 3 qualifiers on the starting line. Shane Steinus out of Pennsylvania, Wayne Throw to be exact. The copper-colored Mustang right side. Your number 2 qualifier at 963. Charlie Moose Jr. out of Marion, Pennsylvania. The 1990 model Mustang on the left side. He qualified with a 964. So based on qualifying, 1/100 of a second separates them. This could come down to a hole shot. Very easily could determine your winner. Number 1 is in the final. Will number 2 or number 3 get to go against him? Hole shot goes to Charlie Moose Jr. left side. They are dead even at 8th mile. To the top end they go. And Charlie Moose Jr. the hole shot victory. 969 taking out the quicker 968 by 25 thousandths of a second. Charlie Moose's driving job gets the win. 969 taking out the quicker 968. It'll be Charlie Moose Jr. against Ed Bennett in the final round of Vengeance Clutch Coyote Stock. Once again, I'm looking for all rounds of the index classes. I'm looking for all my index classes. The ARP Open Comp Round 5. My HB Tuners Super Stang Final. Truck and SUV Final. Xity Racing Clutch Modular Muscle Semi. And CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle Final. I need all of those classes to the lanes, please. I also need my bracket cars to the lanes, please. Street Bandit, round number 3, Gary Hollywood Parker and David Smith up first. Smith on the right, Parker on the left. Win, light, Hollywood. 10:22, beating the 10:27. Gary Parker will go to the final here. All right, here's your other half of the semifinals. We know Gary Parker is going to the final. The question is who will he run? Mike Winters and James Meredith. Meredith in the Coyote swapped Ford Capri left side. Mike Winters, the pushrod-based 1982 Mustang out of Michigan, right-hand side. Big wheel stand as Mike Winters leads the starting line, but James Meredith got the better reaction. Shootout. And it is an all Florida 30th anniversary spring break final. Adam Couple and Willie Luan. Adam, out of Orlando, the nitrous assisted 85 Mustang, the yellow car left side. Willie Luan, the supercharged Luan Motorsports 1990 Mustang right side. Will it be King Louie? Will he reign supreme, or will Adam knock him off his throne? Better reaction time to Adam Couple. Now Willie's got to come around him. Can he do it? Top end. Willie Luan will get the win and will be your spring break shootout champion. 8:58 taking out the 8:77 of Adam Couple by 0.12 of a second, about a car length. King Willie reigns supreme. He will be your winner in spring break shootout. Now to determine your winner of the Tremec Transmission Stick Shift Shootout. Carl Goyne and Jeff Smith. Carl Goyne out of Barton, Florida, 1992 Mustang right side. Jeff Smith, the stick shift due to the orange competition cover left side. Little bit of tire spin on both sides, and now Jeff Smith's got to throw out the fishing line and try and reel in Carl Goyne. Can he do it? Jeff Smith gets the job done. The Orlando resident will get the win, 9:41, beating Carl's 10:46. Both of them were clawing for traction there on the starting line, and Jeff Smith, by about 2 car lengths, gets the win. He will be your 3-time winner in Tremec Transmission Stick Shift Shootout, his 3rd title. So congratulations to King Willie Luan and Jeff Smith. They are your Spring Break Shootout champion and Tremec Transmission Stick Shift Shootout champion. All right, here comes, I believe, the semi-final round of bracket 3. And Chris Parisi, right-hand side, a regular Gainesville racer, still double between this and HV Tuners Super Stang. John Harrell Jr. and Chris Parisi. Parisi right side, 1177, 1135 for Harrell left side. And Parisi goes 4 thousandths red. Just barely missing a perfect reaction time, and that will eliminate him there. He still has 1 shot left in HV Tuners Super Stang. John Harrell will go to the final on an 11:22 pass. So John Harrell Jr. will go to the final. Now the question is who will he run? Mackenzie Steamer or David Mormon? Mormon in the 1970 Mach 1 Mustang on the Lucas Oil side, 1075 the number. 1320, perfect for quarter mile. Mackenzie Steamer out of Winter Park, Florida in the 2008 model Mustang. We have 5 cars left here this round, so we will be down to a semi. 3 cars remaining. So Russell Duranda getting the single shot here. The ladder wrap up bracket 3. We will move into bracket 2 here shortly. Toby in, Chris Braff. Winlight's going to come on for Chris Braff with a 772 on the 770. Toby going 656 on the 655. 12 thousandths margin of victory goes to Chris Braff. So the Missouri-based 2011 Mustang will go to the final against this man right here, Dan Rentz. Rentz out of Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. So it'll be Pennsylvania versus Missouri in the final of Florida. Yeah, it sounds kind of weird, doesn't it? 1989 model Mustang. Once again, I'm looking for all of my index classes. My ARB Open Comp class, my HV Tuners Super Stang class, truck and SUV, X-City Racing Clutch Modular Muscle, as well as Ford Muscle. Dan getting the single shot, goes 642 on the 641 with the no 27 tree. All right, we move into the bracket 1 class with 3 cars remaining here. A pair of 5.1 second Mustangs and then Brendan George with a 603. So Florida versus Ohio in our first pairing, John and Pickering. 1998 model Mustang, 598 cubic inches of big block Ford, 514 dial in right side. Brendan George left side. 603 the dial in for the car he calls Big Juicy. So he gets to go first by about 9/10 of a second, and then John and Pickering will give chase. Brendan George got 3 units of reaction time in his pocket. Win light, George. 604 on the 603 with a 009 tree, put a 19 back together. John and Pickering is mathematically ineligible with a 042 reaction time. So Brendan George will run Shane Rushing, who is your byron right here, rolling up to the stage beams in your final round of bracket number 1. Once again, I have called all of my index classes back. My ARP Open Comp class, HV Tuners Super Stang, Truck and SUV, XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle, and CJ Bunny Bart's Ford Muscle. Shane Rushing going 512 on the 515. All right, here we go into the ARP Open Comp class. I believe we are down to the semis here. All right, the semifinal round of Open Comp with 3 cars remaining. Here's your lone pair, Taylor Deach and Cameron Bowles. Bowles out of Kentucky, Deach out of Ohio in the coverage end right side. Taylor holding the better reaction time here by 0.06 of a second. Cameron might be in trouble for the first time this weekend. And he is 898 on the 892. Taylor gets the win. Cameron is 0.09 above. And Taylor Deach will go to the final against this man right here, Paul Savinicki. Paul wielding the actual 2010 coverage end. It's the real deal coverage end, but he threw the 3-valve in the trash and replaced it with a Godzilla motor with some nitrous on top of it. Down at 929 for Savinicki. He gets the tune-up run here for the final against the 2014 coverage end of Taylor Deach. Paul will click off a 924, about 500 too quick. That'll be your final. Paul Savinicki and Taylor Deach. All right, here comes your final in truck and SUV. Your number 2 and number 4 points finishers from last year, so it should be a good one. Michael Roop and Gregory Collins. Roop in the Ranchero left side, your 2-time champion. Last year finishing number 2 in points. 1124 the diamond for the Texas-based Ranchero. Gregory Collins, the Ohio-based Ranger, gets to go first on the 1134. And he gets the win as Mike Roop turns it 14 thousandths red. So Michael Roop turns it just a little bit red. And your winner is Gregory Collins. The Ranger driver will get the win. All right, so that takes care of our truck and SUV final. I believe our HV Tuners Super Stang class should be next. That's our final there. They flip-flop one. right, here's your final round in HV Tuners Super Stang. It's a couple of Florida racers. Andrew Zubulak left side, Chris Parisi right side. Zubulak out of Yulee, Florida. 2010 model 3-valve Mustang. 1343 the dial in left side. He gets that start from Chris Parisi. Parisi, the 2020 model Mustang GT, the Coyote on board. 1180 his dial. We are off and running. Pair of blue Mustangs here in the final. Andrew Zubulak left side, Chris Parisi right side. Advantage left side. Win light. Right side, Chris Parisi comes around it. He goes 1183 on the 1180. Andrew Zubulak slows to a 1356 on the 1343 by 10 thousandths of a second. Chris Parisi will get the win. His first here at Gainesville under the NMRA banner. He is your winner, and almost seems rightly so, considering he is a regular here at Gainesville Raceway. Played a double until the late rounds and ended up picking up the victory in HV Tuners Super Stang. All right, now moving into our X-City Racing Clutch Modular Muscle Final. All right, here comes your semifinal round. Shane Williams and Chris Graff. Shane Williams right side in the 99 Mustang. Chris Graff left side in the 2011 Mustang. Graff, who is also doubled in bracket 2, trying to take out Shane Williams and cannot do it. Shane Williams, a much better reaction time, and he gets the win here. Williams, 1188 on the 1174. Chris Graff is above by a tenth of a second. So Shane Williams will line up with Charlie McCullough, and I'm laughing because this is something that I've seen happen several times. This is your number 2 in points from last year. Charlie McCullough getting the extra motivation from Jason Sloan on the starting line. The former class champion wants to start 2024 with a win. He gets a single here to the final. And he is trip, zip, perfect. That's the way to tune up for a final. And goes 5 above the dial-in, so we're going to need to make it a little quicker. The driver did his job. Actually, I'll give Jason Sloan a little bit of love. He probably did exactly what he should have. Jason, you banged on the hood just right. Trip, zip, perfect for Charlie McCullough on the reaction time. So it'll be Charlie McCullough against Shane Williams in your final round. Here comes your final in CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle. David Mormon and Bill Worstel, your final round here in CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle. David Mormon left side, 1075. Bill Worstel on the Ranchero right side, 14 flat. He gets to go first by 3 1/4 seconds. He's off on the green. And now David Mormon will give chase. David Mormon on a 1075 left side. Bill Worstel on a 14 flat right side. Advantage left side. Win line right side for Bill Worstel. David Mormon crosses first and breaks out by 24 thousandths of a second. Bill goes 1408 on the 14 flat. The Ranchero will get the win, and Bill Worstel is is your CJ Body Parts Ford Muzzle winner.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
That'll be followed by our final round in Coyote Stock, brought to us by Vengeance Clutch, and then the semis of Street Bandit. Or actually, no, the finals at Street Bandit. I apologize. The finals at Street Bandit, brought to us by Whatever It Takes Transmission Parts. All right, here comes your lone pair of the semifinals of the 860 Street Race class, brought to us by Suncoast Performance. Gavin Black and Houston McLean. Gavin Black, out of West Virginia left side, 2012 model Mustang. He will face Houston McLean out of nearby Stark-based McLean Motorsports. His wife Kate putting him in just the spot she wants him. He'll be right-hand side, so this is to determine who gets to run Paul Sinkowitz in the final. And we got ourselves a good one. Gavin Black and Houston McLean to the top end. Win light goes to Gavin Black, 867, beating Houston's closer, 865. The whole shot went to Gavin Black, and that's how he got the win, was with the whole shot. So Gavin Black will run Paul Sinkowitz in your final. Attention to the bids, attention to the bids. I will take bracket 2 and bracket 3, please. Bracket 2 and bracket 3, please. So this is your legal buy run with 3 cars remaining. Paul Sinkowitz out of Fenton, Michigan. We'll get the single shot here. You're number 2 in points last year, going to the final at the first event. That's a good way to trade your number 2 for a number 1. The single turbo 98 Mustang. We'll get a tune-up pass here. And he goes 878, lifting out of the gas early at 143 miles an hour. So that's your final round. It'll be Gavin Black against Paul Sinkowitz in the final of 860 Street Race, brought to us by Suncoast Performance. That'll bring up our Coyote Stock final. So your final in Coyote Stock, between a couple of heavy hitters right here. Charlie Booz Jr. and Ed Bennett, a couple of former world champions, and in Ed Bennett's case, defending world champion, driving former world champion Claire Stewart Racing's 1991 Mustang out of Carlton, Michigan, right-hand side. He was your number 1 qualifier. He stages up on the Budweiser side. Left side, Charlie Booz Jr., a multiple-time champion between the NMRA and NMCA series. Pennsylvania-based 1990 model Mustang. He says thanks to Strange Engineering. Ed Bennett says thanks to NPD and Stifler's Performance. So a couple of heavy hitters here. Number 1 qualifier right side. Number 3 qualifier left side. This is for all the marbles in the Coyote Stock final. Well done, wheels out. your final round in whatever it takes transmission parts, street bandit. And it's a couple of racers that have been with us for quite a while and run different classes, now jumping over into the brand new Street Bandit 1010 class and making it to their first final. Gary Parker and Mike Winters. We've got two different Ford platforms represented as well. Mike Winters out of Michigan, 1982 model Mustang GT with a pushrod base Ford small block. He's left side. Gary Parker right side out of Georgia. Gary Hollywood Parker, 99 model Mustang Coyote swap on board for him. Both drivers have shown they can run close to that 10-10 index. Who's going to go away with the very first 10-10 win? Slight hole shot goes to Gary Parker, right-hand side, but it's a small one. Win line goes to Winters, 10-10 with a 5, almost matching the index. Gary Parker gets there first, but breaks out, goes 10.07 with a 1. So Mike Winters will get the win here, and he is your champion in the Michigan-based 82 Mustang here in the whatever it takes transmission parts Street Bandit class. I'm missing one half of my Mod Muscle Final. I need my other car, Mod Muscle Final. I need my other half, please. I believe this is your semifinal in bracket 3. John Harrell Jr. and Russell Duranda. John Harrell Jr. left side. Live Oak, Florida-based 2021 Mach 1, dial 1118, 1583, the dial in for Russell Duranda in the 2023 model Maverick pickup truck. And Russell turns the red light on by 12 thousandths of a second, so John Harrell Jr. will go to the final. He gets a tune-up shot here for the final round. 1118 is what he's looking for. He runs 11:54 or 120. He can change that dial in for the final. So he will race this man right here, David Mormon, a former Ford Muscle World Champion. He gets the tune-up pass here in the 70s Mach 1 Mustang on the left-hand side of the racetrack. A 10:52 on the 10:59, so David Mormon holding a little bit in reserve. He'll go to the final. Here comes your final round in bracket 2. Chris Graff and Dan Rentz. Chris Graff left side out of Missouri. 2011 model Grabber Blue Mustang. Dials in 770. He'll get the head start from Dan Rentz. Rentz out of Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. 1989 model Notch Mustang on the Budweiser side. 641 the dial-in. The differences in the two dial-ins is about 1.29 seconds of handicap. We'll call it 2.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Chris Graff gets to go first left side. And Chris Graff got the reaction time advantage. Can he hold off Dan Rentz? He does. 776, beating the closer, 644. Chris Graff is your winner in bracket 2. All right, so here comes our final round in bracket 1. The quickest of them, and the one that allows all the electronics, including delay boxes. Shane Rushing and Brendan George. Shane Rushing making the trip from Northport, Alabama. 2004 model Mustang. 512 the dial-in left side. He will face local racer and multi-time track champion Brendan George. Now residing in Beverly Hills, Florida. 1991 model Mustang he calls Big Juicy. 603 or dial-in. So Brendan George will go first right-hand side. And Shane Rushing will give chase left side. We are clean and green, and Brendan George has 400s in his pocket on reaction time. Win light, Brendan George. 023 on the tree and dead on the 603 with an 8. Puts together a 31 pack, and that's going to lock out Shane Rushing's 066 reaction time and 7 thousandths under. So Brendan George, who showed up here this morning with no time runs the table and is your champion in bracket 1 here at the NMRA's 30th anniversary of the Spring Break Shootout. All right, bracket 3 finalists. Bracket 3 finalists. I need you back to the lanes, please. Bracket 3 finalists. Bracket 3 finalists. I need you back to the lane, please. Bracket 3 finalists. Here's your final in ARP Open Comp. After 6 rounds of work, here's your final. Taylor Deach and Paul Savinicki. A couple of cover jets. Paul Savinicki right side. Taylor Deach left side. And Paul Savinicki turns on the red light. Taylor Deach will get the win. The Ohio-based 2014 Cobra Jet lays down an 893 on the 892. Paul Savinicki red lighted away his chances by 16 thousandths of a second. So congratulations to Taylor Deach, the winner of Open Comp. Once again, I do need my bracket 3 final. Bracket 3 final, back to the lane, please. Bracket 3 final. Bracket 3 final, back to the lane, please. Bracket 3 final. Titanic matchup for the finals of XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Shane Williams and Charlie McCullough in the final of XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. Charlie McCullough wearing the number 2 on the window, a former class champion here. Kennesaw, Georgia-based 2004 Cobra, 1045 the dial, getting staged in just the right spot from Jason Sloan. Shane Williams, another former class champ, Tennessee-based 99 Mustang, 1174 the dial in. And as delivered, 7,000 separated on reaction times. Advantage, Shane Williams. Win light goes to Charlie McCullough. He matches the dial in for the second time this weekend. A 1045 on a 1045 with a 2. Shane Williams breaks out by 15 thousandths of a second. Charlie, 029 on the tree and dead on the dial in with a 2 for a 31 back. Jason Sloan hit the hood just the right amount. Congratulations, sir. You are the winner of XD Racing Clutch Modular Muscle. All right, so it looks like I have my bracket 3 final sitting in the rear of the staging lanes. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still on the property and you'd like to get yourself a banner, once I run my bracket 3 final, not before it, once I run my bracket 3 final, if you would like to take a banner off the left side fence line, if you come around the back of the racetrack by the tower and proceed down the grass area, you are welcome to take one, but not until I run my bracket 3 final. And they are coming to the front of the staging lanes now. There are still a few banners also at the front of the right-hand side. You are welcome to take those with you as well. Sunday at no additional charge. John Harrell Jr. ran True Street yesterday, and he's making it pay off right here, getting all the way to the final against David Mormon. A tough opponent considering that he is a former class champion CJ Pony Parts Ford Muscle. John Harrell Jr. gets to go first, right-hand side. So the 2021 Mach 1 right side, the 1970 model Mach 1 left side. Final win line in bracket 3 will go to David Mormon. 10:54 on the 10:52, taking out John Harrell's breakout. 11:43 on the 11:48. So David Mormon is your winner in bracket 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a little bit of downtime, again, if you would like to go over to the left side of the racetrack and grab a banner, you can do so. But please come around by where the tower is. Do not go across the racetrack, as we will get everything prepped for our final class.
drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes your last, final.
We're sorry about the image, but that sun is shining right into our camera almost.
This is your 860 street race final presented by Suncoast Performance. Gavin Black and Paul Sinkowitz. Sinkowitz out of Michigan, 98 model turbo right side. He was your number 10 qualifier, but made it here to the final and was number 2 in points last year, so a good shot here. If he wants to change the 2 for a 1, Gavin Black, left side, the supercharged Mustang out of West Virginia. And Singlets turns on the red light. Gavin Black will get the victory. 865 beating the 877 of Paul Singlets. So Gavin Black is your winner of the first 860 street race class victory here in 2024 at Gainesville Raceway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will officially wrap it up on behalf of everybody with the NMRA for the 30th annual Spring Break Shootout here at our new home, Gainesville Raceway. We thank you all so much for coming out to be a part of it. We hope that you drive safely home. Once again, you can check out all the results in a gallery of the photos we captured over the weekend at NMRAdigital.com. Our thanks to Gainesville Raceway for being such a gracious host, the record-breaking crowds here, and the beautiful weather. We hope to see you back here again next year. On behalf of everybody with the NMRA, thank you so much for attending. We hope that you all enjoyed yourself. Have a great rest of your Sunday.